LuxExperience is a dynamic platform where industry leaders come together to decode the art of brand building, explore India's unique relationship with luxury, and celebrate India's craftsmanship. We promise a day full of insightful discussions, transformative ideas. But before we begin, I would like to take a small moment to thank all our sponsors and partners without whom this would not have been possible. 7. Platinum by Evara, Mercedes-Benz Silver Arrows, Moe and Chandon, Diageo, Chanvi India, Niana Candles, Simply Nam, OBT Carpets, Naso, Cara Cafe, One Magnolia Lane, Koya, Makai Bari, Batil, Clove, and Karma Ayurveda. Now, having said that, I would like to invite on stage Ms. Rasna Bhasin, the editor of Harper's Bazaar India, for the welcome address.
Good afternoon. I'm thrilled to welcome you all to the first ever edition of Harper's Bazaar India LuXperiences. We are beyond excited to have you here today. This event is not just an opportunity for us to share our collective insights, but a collaborative arena where ideas converge and visions materialize. It is our carefully crafted tribute to the concept of mindful luxury that India has always been home to, the kind of luxury that the world is talking about now. I hope you immerse yourselves in insightful conversations, exchange creative ideas, and find inspiration in the unexpected. I would like to extend a big thank you to all our sponsors and partners and to the team at Bazaar India and the India Today Group. I would now like to invite Mr. Sriram Khattar, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, DLF Rental Business. He'll be here in a minute. He's here. Mr. Khattar. Mr. Khattar is here.
Thank you. Thank you, Rasna. A very good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of DLF and my own behalf, a very warm welcome to all of you on this first edition of LuXperiences brought together by Emporio and Harper's Bazaar. Rasna, you and Harper's Bazaar, we at DLF are delighted to be associated with you. I very fondly remember 15, 16 years ago, my colleagues and I traveling across the globe, trying to get international brands to come to India and to Emporio. It was quite an arduous task at that time with the Lehman Brothers crisis, the financial crisis. And 15, 16 years later, we see Emporio and Chanakya as the epitome of luxury retail in the country. Emporio is probably the only mall which brings the most luxurious brands in the world and seamlessly merges them with iconic Indian designers and creates a shopping experience like no other. Over the next decade, India will continue to grow at 6 to 7% per annum, creating a market which in terms of size will be much, much bigger than what it is today. After the pandemic, there was some revenge shopping that happened in luxury, but then it converted into serious shopping. It's now estimated by Bain and other consulting firms that India's luxury market will go up to about 30 billion by 2030, and that's a huge jump. And this will be because of a very growing number of high net worth individuals, entrepreneurs, inward tourism, and huge demand emerging from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. No wonder that we see a surge of global brands wanting to come and pick on the wallets of Indians who are now aspirationally going there. And luxury shopping is no longer an event shopping, but much, much more than that. Responding to this, we at DLF have been planning for the expansion of Emporio for some time, but I think now we are in the final stages of doing so, and we are likely to double the size of Emporio And it's only a question of time that you will hear this over the next few months. We look forward to the future with optimism, with positivity, and the growing markets. I'm sure you will enjoy the day, and I wish you all the very best. And we will continue with this association with Harper's Bazaar for years to come. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Basin and Mr. Khattar. And now let's decode the art of brand creation in our first session called Secrets and Stories Behind Building a Brand. I would like to invite on stage the session moderator, Mr. Arvind Vijay Mohan, to introduce the speaker.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's such a pleasure to see you all here, and I'm glad that we are catching this beautiful weather just before it turns. Another week and we'd probably be turning to toast sitting out here. It is rare for us to be in the company of an individual who's been responsible for steering a legacy brand as legendary as Pucci. And rarer still to be in the company of someone who has such privileged access to perhaps one of the greatest creative geniuses of our time, Don Emilio Pucci. It's wonderful to have you, Lord Pucci, please. Welcome. Why don't you? We can share the mic.
Yes.
Let's
No, it's
avoid
good.
that.
Hello, everybody. Sorry if I have my glasses on, but with the sun,
It is blinding. It is blinding.
Thank you for the presentation.
Not at all. It's the least that one can say about your father. Now, speaking about Marchi Pucci, the made in Italy revolution that is so celebrated, that is so championed, it would be entirely accurate to say that it was in almost direct part the doing of your father's work. He launched Italy's first ready-to-wear line, and that too, interestingly, focused on sportswear. That to me is fascinating. I mean, there are many things that I find fascinating about the brand, but that in particular. I'd like to understand the backdrop. You know, one would imagine that being a Don who was born into one of the wealthiest Italian families, everything would have come very easily to him. The brand would have just emerged out of nothing. But that wasn't the case. So could you tell us a little about the backdrop and the circumstances in which the brand was created?
Thank you so much for the introduction. And I think what's very interesting when you're talking of heritage brands and founders, I love the idea to put them into context, into the dates they belonged and worked in. Because today we're living in such a fast world and we tend to forget the environment. My father was born in Italy in 1914, so we are talking of 110 years ago. And so he had an incredible life. Some people say he had 4 lives in one. Basically, what I can say that's extraordinary and contributed to what he after became is education in America in the early 30s. That was, of course, unique in those days, certainly if you were Italian. His love for sports. He was in the Olympic ski team in 1936, and that was quite remarkable. And he studied politics. All that to return in Italy in 1937 because it was when Italy was entering the war, unfortunately. And he engaged in aviation. He was a torpedo bomber for the duration of war and how should I say, he was, at the end of the war, he had many awards as a war hero. Unfortunately, the war was very difficult for all of Italy, and as we know, it came out very, very poor. Thanks to the Marshall Plan, we restarted, and there were quite a few extraordinary individuals who made what Italy is today. One of those was my father. Why do I say that? He was in Switzerland in 1946, recovering from Nazi torture, because that's probably what people do not know, but he underwent Nazi torture. And more dead than alive, he arrived in Switzerland.
Incredible.
And what did he do? Because he didn't have a cent. So you were saying that he came from a very privileged background, but then war destroyed all that. And in order to make a living, he taught Italian and skiing, the two things he knew how to do. And so, in order to do that, he did a little suit for himself, inspired by the Italian Air Force, so very lean, very clean, no prints, no colors, it was gray.
This was a ski suit.
A ski suit with a little bit of stretch in the heel and gray wool. And he used to teach skiing. And one of my father's things in life was that he loved women. And basically, one day he was skiing and sees a beautiful American woman up on the slopes that had lost her way. So he accompanied her down, and a few days after, she was wearing his suit. And a photographer by the name of Tony Frisell of Harper's Bazaar came by, took a picture of this beautiful American lady, and the picture ended up on the table of Diana Vreeland, who I would love to know. I would love to know how in 1947 she managed to find my father in Zermatt. That remains a mystery. And she called him up, I don't know how, and said, Emilio, I would like you to draw a ski collection that will be produced in Portland, Oregon, where my father had been in university at White Stag, and distributed at Lord & Taylor's. The answer of my father to Diana was, absolutely not. I am an Italian officer of the Italian Air Force. And of course, Diana had it her way, and my father, the summer following, he was designing capri pants in capri.
Incredible, incredible. So one might say, Laudomia, if it weren't for Harper's Bazaar, there's a possibility Pucci might never have been.
I think... Exactly. I was mentioning that I am so grateful to Harper's Bazaar, not only for today, but for all the history, and of course, for Diana Vreeland and what she did. But I think, it was a moment of incredible opportunities. I think opportunities always exist, and my father was the right person in the right time to come up with what Italy has become, really, a land of ready-to-wear, of made in Italy, and he was one of the founders of all that. Indeed. And what's interesting in a way, as you mentioned, his first boutique was Emilio Original Sportswear.
Right.
And we are talking of the year of 1947, and his boutique was 1950, but Dior did the new look, and he was doing ski suits.
Right.
So, that sounds so normal today to talk about sportswear and everything, but in those days, women weren't used to that.
Indeed. I'd like to speak about glamour. You spoke of his love for the ladies. When I think glamour, I instantly think of Pucci. Images of the legendary photographer Slim Aarons, for instance, those lusciously languorous poolside pictures in Capri or Saint-Tropez or, those beautiful destinations along the French Riviera, and I'm instantly thinking Pucci. And then, of course, the bevy of beauties that he was always surrounded by, Marilyn Monroe, Lauren Bacall, Elizabeth Taylor, Sophia Loren. Tell us about why you feel the brand became so popular so rapidly.
For two reasons, I think. It's a very good question. Basically, he had in his office, a writing that in the old days he always used to present to me. And he said, I work for servicing women. I got my job thanks to a woman, and I will always service women and make them look more beautiful. And I thought that was a lovely way of saying. So, it was about service and making women more beautiful. And I think women, were attracted to that. And I always remember the pride he took in talking of how Marilyn Monroe started wearing his clothes. Let me go back a step. Mm-hmm. When you think of Pucci, you think of prints and colors.
Right.
But not everybody knows that he innovated fabrics tremendously. And the most important fabric probably for him was the silk jersey, right, that he developed from the silk stockings of women. And the reason for that was that it could move with your body. And as he came from the sports and the sportswear, he wanted the body to move. Now today it sounds very normal to have stretch, but in those days it wasn't. And for him, the body was the inspiration, the movement, etc. And the color was an embellishment. So the silk jersey, when he developed it, and he went to Como and had special threads done, etc., and he liked the idea that it was not weighing, and you could have dresses of 100 and 150 grams, put them in little bags, put them in your suitcase, travel light, all things that we love doing today. Now, when he brought it to America, Americans said, Emilio, no woman is going to wear that. And he said, that's interesting. And funnily enough, he sold it to a store in Los Angeles, and apparently Marilyn Monroe walked into the store, bought the dress, took off her bra, and that was the beginning of the big love affair between Marilyn Monroe and my father's clothes. So, and the interesting thing, actually, you probably remember there was a sale of Marilyn Monroe's clothes at Christie's in 2001. And the only chapter dedicated to a designer was, of course, Pucci.
That's right.
And we bought back some pieces.
Oh, wonderful.
And what's very interesting, you really realize that Marilyn Monroe was tiny. Her proportions were incredible. Her shoulders, her waistline, everything, tiny, tiny, you would have not expected. So that's really very amusing. And I've got also the bottom of a bikini.
Oh,
so it's quite...
That's memorabilia to keep.
Yes.
You know, we speak of Miss Monroe. It's interesting, and I may be wrong here, but I understand she was wearing Pucci when she seduced Arthur Miller.
Absolutely.
There we
Thank
go.
you for saying
so
it.
Piece
Yes.
of history right there.
Well, I think it was the silk jersey moving on.
Right, wonderful, wonderful. The creative process, Ladomia, you know, how do you attribute the creative process coming through? Do you have memories of conversations with your father of how that swirl, you know, that riot of color, how did that emerge?
As we said earlier, he started with solids and fabrics and development. And then at some point, I've never understood how much he was an artist and how much he was, what he said, an artisan more than a designer. But he was inspired by what he saw.
Right.
And he had a tremendous love for his city of Florence. He had tremendous love for Italian culture. So he was inspired by the Palio of Siena, that's a horse race. He was inspired by Monreale in Sicily. And he would take these motifs and start working with them. And then Stanley Marcus said, Emilio, of your scarves, you should do collections. And that's the beginning of the end, in the sense that it started being colors all over the place and prints. He was inspired by different countries. He was inspired by Bali. He was inspired by Africa. He was inspired by the world around him, and he traveled, and he just absorbed everything. Now, he designed all the time, and then it was always designed by hand. And then he had, his alphabet was colors. Right. And that alphabet was inspired by Italian colors. I mean, you can always recognize in India Indian colors.
Indeed.
And when you look at the palette of my father, you know that you're in the Mediterranean. It's those warm fuchsias and turquoises, etc. And he was inspired by the depth of water of Capri, the bougainvilleas, etc. And that is really a language of his own, and he developed those colors. It took kind of 2 years to develop a geranium color. And it's all inspired by nature. And he was very, very strict about that. And you could only do it that way. And I think he has a language that he developed on his own.
That's wonderful. You know, what to me is fascinating is a Pucci print is as relevant today as it was 60, 70 years back when it was designed. And that really speaks to the timelessness of his creations. I'd like to talk about a very, very key facet. You know, despite being so exclusive, so reticent almost, away from the limelight, I can't think of any other designer whose work has impacted every designer I can think of, from Versace to Tom Ford. Can you speak to that?
Well, that's an extraordinary compliment, and I think he'd be very happy. In the sense that what I think the timeless of the prints, or what I always say, is his inspiration coming from Italian art, Italian, old masters, etc. For him, art remained with the old masters, probably, and the Renaissance was the most modern he could relate to. After he was not really interested. Basically, as I said, he was taking inspiration by that, and he always said that in Florence and in the Palazzo you could only create beautiful things. And I think in that he was an artist, where art sometimes has a durability. It's not season, it's not a seasonally thing. And that's, why it permeates and it has that kind of impact. Now, in terms of, starting over, 70 years ago, 80 years ago, he has made an impact on fashion, and he was very happy. I remember when he noticed that, for example, the sports was picking up on color, he said, maybe I've done something right in life. I opened to a language that others could speak too. And I think that's, only somebody very, very big in what he says can see the evolution in other fields and be happy of it. So for him, he was really happy that other people were taking that kind of inspiration.
Well, it speaks to his vision, the fact that he has such a sweeping vision of what he wanted to create. It also, I think, is of relevance to say that he comes from Florence, the seat of the Renaissance. So in very many ways, he created a cultural renaissance in the fashion arena that will live on forever. From exclusivity, I want to speak about the converse, which is inclusivity. Laudomia, here's a man who several decades ago really, was speaking of topics that are considered buzzwords today. Inclusivity being one of them. There were ladies of color, for instance, who he gave an opportunity to. He empowered women in so many ways. He was constantly collaborating. There were so many enterprises. There was perfume. There was constant innovation by way of this material that he created called Emilio Form. Talk to us about that.
Well, that really brings me in also what I'm trying to do today, and we'll talk about it later. But I think besides the collections, besides the fashion, besides the colors, besides the prints, besides everything you can see that is already very powerful, he stood for values. And I think today, heritage brands have a mission. And as I'm working today on the archives, I've left the corporate life and I'm taking more care of the cultural aspect. I like to underline this aspect of values. What are the values? As I said, he empowered women, as you were saying very rightly, wanted them to have a modern, contemporary life, move, have sports, work, just like men. And that was unheard of in those days. Then, of course, fabric research, innovation, technology. I often wonder what he'd be doing today when so much can be invented and created. He'd love it. Probably he'd be doing something, again, incredible. The fact that he was the first designer to present in a fashion show colored women. And that today is something that I like to repeat again and again. And I was in a conference in South Africa just before COVID, presenting that because very few people knew. And the interesting thing is that when I was growing up as a little child, I would always see in the house women from Asia, women from, Europe, and colored women. And the whole thing I thought was so wonderful and so normal, but then I realized it wasn't, and that was opening to a global world and to global ethnicities. And he thought it was just wonderful because it was inspiring and the way they moved and their bodies. And today I'm speaking to these ladies who worked for my father in Florence, in the showroom and in the fitting rooms. And they're all so thankful. There's an extraordinary Japanese lady who I see often, and another lady who lives in America. So, there is a legacy also of what these women tell me of what my father did for them. And it's extraordinary.
Well, with the benefit of retrospective reading, he clearly was well ahead of his time. I think that can be said without any hesitation. Laudomia, I'd like to now come to you taking charge. You were frightfully young. You were in your early 20s, and you're taking the baton from this legend. So talk to us about the responsibility and how you managed to see the continuity through at that young age.
Well, you know, I consider myself very lucky, of course. And as I said, growing up, what I thought was normal was actually not normal at all. Seeing fashion shows, models on the roofs, your father running around the place, colors all over. So actually I hated fashion and I wanted to go into politics, as I told you yesterday, and I'd just be somebody very different. I didn't have that opportunity. My father was about 47 years older than me. So being Italian, we thought that family business was something we had to take care and somebody had to do it. So he had decided it was me. I tried to say no, but didn't work. So I was kind of his first assistant. It was those men who created brands, founders who you would never say no to, that just had their vision and their way of doing things. And I learned from him everything. From packing a suitcase, traveling, doing a fashion show, selling to buyers, doing the colors, doing the fittings. You know, he was extraordinary in energy. And I was exhausted when I was traveling with him. And he was eating a yogurt and feeling fine. So I was 23 and he was 70. Anyhow, I worked with him for a couple of years. And then I went to learn in France at Hubert de Givenchy, who turned out to be my second father, just as demanding and just as wonderful. And then I returned to Florence, and my father's health, unfortunately, failed him. And at 28, I was running the brand. So I had learned the ropes very quickly, let's say, but I realized, having worked for two giants, that I was not a creative talent. And my mission was a mission to carry the brand forward. And I finally have this kind of mind that I can understand creativity, but I do understand business. And that allowed me to carry the brand along for about 10 years on my own, single-handedly, where I was doing everything just because I was used to doing everything. So I was designing, I was creating. And it's thanks to the industry, to buyers, to department stores, to magazines. I had a very, very good relation with an industry that wasn't as big as today. You had extraordinary relations with the people who would tell you, why don't you do this, help me with that. And I would just, you know, instinctively follow and learn in the steps. So I had big shoes to fill, but I had fantastic people around me to help me. And then one day, I just realized that the world was changing. It was becoming much more competitive, much more business-oriented. And I needed a good supply chain, and I needed good people. And that's when LVMH came along and knocked on the door. And a wonderful man called Yves Carcel, you know, just presented me with a vision of rolling out stores and rolling out product. And that was irresistible. And that was my career with LVMH. Lasted 21 years. And I retired 2 years ago to take care of the heritage, my life, and tell the story.
And that brings us to the Palazzo. I can't think of a greater, better preserved archive than the one that you're maintaining in Florence. So could you tell us about that?
Well, you have to come and see it first.
Indeed. This summer.
Yes, absolutely. But what I think is I've been very lucky because having this rather large palazzo in Florence and my father who was creating all these collections, we kept a lot in the house. So a lot has never left. We are not like other companies or whatever that bought back archives. As you know, Gucci has an amazing archive, but they bought it back. We has never left. And I do buy bits and pieces, but it's immaculate pieces that never left. So there's been a tremendous pressure in a way to catalog it, understand what we have, be inspired with it, present it to designers who can interpret it, and that is continuing today. We have an agreement with a company. They come in, study it, and that pleases me. I think it's important to keep the message alive. And how do I do it? I've opened 2 floors of the Palazzo, first of all to a school. because I believe in youth and I believe in talent, and I think they are the ones who can interpret the future of fashion and the values in the right manner. So I have this school that's called IED, Istituto Europeo di Design, who has 5 laboratories where they have, draping and sewing machines, exactly as the Palazzo was when I was growing up. So I've been true to that.
A return to innocence.
And for the rest, I've just, covered a Renaissance palazzo in turquoise and fuchsia colors. I've been inspired by the artists that have worked there, and I have a contemporary art today there by Chihuly, who is this wonderful sculptor of glass.
Incredible artist.
I have a contemporary design and furniture and Pucci design and Pucci rugs. And then I've got some setups curated. And so we tell the story of a family that has lived there, that built the space, and of art and artisans. That is really what Florence is about and what I think fashion is about. Here we are in a country where manufacturing, crafts are so important. And I try and preserve that and talk about that. So it's more the cultural experience, And here we're talking of luxury experience, and I try to give in a city where you have a lot of tourism, a different experience, that you can't buy something, you just have to experience it.
Indeed, and as I understand, anyone who wishes to experience the Palazzo
has to come and see us.
So
exactly. And it's not open to the public. It's very, very private. It's just because it's such a labor of love. And I'm very pleased with what I'm doing. And it's a different way. And I think no fashion house has really done this in this way. And I've studied it after COVID because I just said, now, where do we take this? I have this space, I have this archive. And so I hope you can all come and see us. And you, first of all.
Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, summer plans are made.
Yeah. I think we have a little video that you can maybe send, and you'll see what the premises are about. And please, any comment is more than welcome.
That looks spectacular, Laudamya. And
Well, it's different.
it is. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this has been an insightful conversation. It's been a delight to speak to you, Laudamya. Thank you so much for being with us.
Arvind, before you close, can I ask a last question?
Of course.
Sorry, ma'am, we have you on stage.
Thank you.
Running a family business is a luxury. Me and Savitri here both are part of our family businesses. She's 3rd generation, I'm 2nd generation. Sorry, Savitri, for bringing you into this question. But any advice from somebody who's done it, lived it? What should we be looking at? What are the pros? What are the cons? Any advice?
Never compare to the ones who came before. Learn, listen, and do it your way, to what you are, really. Because that you can't get wrong, A. B, imagine that somebody will come after you. Don't make a wait for those who have to come after you. So understand timing and understand how the business will develop and make the right choices as a business, not as your baby. That's a different way of looking at it. Children come from you but run away, and businesses too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laudamya. That was a fabulous session. We hope you all settled in. We have a great day ahead. Lots of more interesting stuff lined up. But let's take a quick break to seep you in with the American Express black coffee, which is fabulously laid out. We'll meet back in exactly 15 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Vinod Nair, who's the consulting editor, lifestyle and luxury events, India Today Group. Mr. Vinod, please come on stage. I've asked for the time.
We'll start the session now. I go and stand there.
Yeah, the mic is here. The mic on you. That one.
So where do I sit? I will sit facing.
You sit anywhere. The mic.
I think let them sit together.
Yes.
Hello. Good afternoon. I request all of you to please come and settle down because we are going to start the session.
He will be no nonsense. You've been sweet. We know that we know nonsense. Get your butt here.
Stop the drinks and they're going to come this side now. So, may I request the panelists, starting with Pushpa Bhakta, Senior Executive Director of DLF Retail, Mark Henderson, representing Walpole, the Association of British Luxury Goods, and Armando Branchini, representing the Italian luxury brands through Alta Gamma. It's better to settle down and wait for them to come. All right, we are going to start the session of the changing luxury landscape with opening remarks by all my panelists, starting with Pushpa, and then we'll start the conversation.
Good afternoon, everyone. May I request you all to be seated, please? Thank you. Well, you know, the first thing that I'd like to say about, the entire luxury piece is I want to step back and talk about the Indian economy. Because we started luxury way back in 2008, and DLF Emporio was the first one. We are the OG in the luxury business. So when we started it, at that time, of course, we had the financial crisis, and we went right ahead. In spite of the financial crisis, Emporio was a phenomenal success. As they always say, pandemic gives, and any kind of global crisis, actually luxury does extremely well during such crisis. And that was proven to us then, way back in 2008, and now during the pandemic currently. So the Indian economy today is at a very, very interesting period. You know, we are growing at 6.5%, and, it is tutored to be one of the fastest growing economies of the world, as you know. Be it Fitch or be it IMF, all of them are talking about the Indian economy's growth. The second thing is our inflation is at 5%. So both these things really talk about one thing, that we have more disposable income. Indians today are coming out of their savings mindset to a mindset of living a good life and wanting to enjoy life as it stands today. Luxury grows very well in this phenomenon. The other aspect to really talk about is that the Indian market cap today, in the past 3 years, has increased over 80%. And that's phenomenal, which means that there is liquidity in the market. You know that we have just about surpassed the Hong Kong stock exchange the past week. So it just shows there's so much more liquidity in the market. And the liquidity has to get some spot to park. One big spot to park is great discretionary purchases, which is where luxury stands in a big way. The other aspect is, of course, you know that the property prices, we are in DLF, we'll always talk about properties. The property prices just shot up over 50 to 100%, some of them over 100% if you're in a DLF space, in the past 3 years. So what does it all say? I mean, these are all macro pictures, but what does the data tell us? It tells us that the Indian consumer is ready today to A, welcome new brands, B, explore and live a kind of a good life. The Indian consumers, according to Goldman Sachs, the affluent class of the Indian consumers is just going to go up by 2030 to over 100 million. 100 million is larger than most of the European countries put together. Now that is a phenomenal number to go after for the luxury brands. So today, when we talk about the luxury market in India, we were just pre-pandemic over $5 billion. And today, we grew in 22 to around $7 billion. And Bain & Company's just come up with a report which says that this market's going to go up by 3.5 to 4 folds, which means it will become a $40 billion to $30 billion. Now, that is serious market for luxury, and I'm sure the luxury brands are making note of this and wanting to enter India. As I say to our welcoming panelists here, that we all need to take the plane now, or we miss the bus ride or the plane ride. So that's what I would like to start with.
So next is, thank you, Pushpa. Mark represents, he donned several hats. One, like I said, he represents the Walpole, which is Association of British Luxury Brands. And he is also the chairman of Gibbs & Hawkes. Those who don't know about Gibbs & Hawkes or Savile Row, when I mentioned James Bond, James Bond only wore Savile Row suits. And Armando's people came and snatched him away for some time. I think he started wearing Brioni or Tom Ford for some time. But I think you're trying to haul him back.
Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon now, isn't it? So good afternoon. I've had the pleasure of spending 40 years working with British brands. And one of my very first jobs was working with a fashion designer called Mary Quant. And I spent a great deal of time in Japan and other places, but Japan in particular. And it was such a joyful time to be building a big business in Japan. And one of the things that I certainly learnt was that if you really concentrate on doing a few things really, really well, you can build a very, very big business. But Mary Quant now is, sadly, she's died, but it was a magnificent exhibition of her work at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London a couple of years ago. And 25 years ago, I went to Alfred Dunhill, to Gibbs & Hawkes. I'm going to skip Dunhill. I went to Gibbs & Hawkes 25 years ago, and we had the most wonderful address, which is number 1 Savile Row, which is a famous tailoring address. And the first thing that we did was really paid attention to what is the history of this business. And the history of Savile Row is about handmade tailoring. And so one of the very first things we did was set up an apprenticeship scheme, and we've now trained well over 104 fully qualified apprentices now. And that means that legacy is going to continue. And people, I guess at the beginning of the period, there was a sort of question about, is anybody seriously going to want a handmade suit? Why don't they just go and buy something off the peg, which is costing £5,000 or whatever it was? And the answer is, of course, they still want handmade product. And so that was the sort of core of our business, and I'm happy to say that core is still extremely strong. We have teams going over to the US, into the Middle East, and other locations, but happily also a lot of people coming to London. One of our first decisions was that we were going to concentrate on China, not India, not America, but China. And we built a very successful, very big business in China. There was one catch, which was that our Chinese partners actually bought our business. And that wasn't altogether a smooth ride. And so to some extent, I'm now back almost at the beginning. But the core business remains incredibly strong because it delivers what it said it would deliver, which is bespoke suits on Savile Row. I guess one other remark I would make is that it's very encouraging to come here and see James Bond over there, and also to see gin over there, the vital ingredient for a dry martini. And so Britain stands for lots of things. It stands for traditional luxury, but it also stands for really very interesting new luxury and new brands. And there's a tremendous number of new businesses happening in London, in England at the moment. And I guess my final remark would be to say I've been coming to India for 10 years, and 20 years. When I first met Vinod, I think it was in Delhi, wasn't it? And it was kind of at the beginning of this, well, you know, India's a huge market. When are you guys coming in? And it feels like, in a way, a lot has changed, but it still hasn't really crystallized. And maybe this is the moment that things are really going to start, just taking up your comments, really, maybe this is the moment that things are really going to start. And I know Armando's got something to say about that.
Armando's, like I said, represent Alta Gamma, which is the association of all the Italian luxury brands. For the same reason, if you want direct access to any of the Italian designers, Dolce & Gabbana or Giorgio Armani, I suggest that you steal his mobile phone. He has them on your speed dial.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Vinod, for your kind presentation. The Indian luxury market for me is a sort of a fiancé. I have been courting this country for 25 years now, and this fiancé has always promised and promised. And I hope that quite soon she will deliver. Why I say it so? Because India, it's a wonderful country, wonderful culture, wonderful attention and love for beauty, for craftsmanship, for beautiful things. But in the same time, it's a country, and also the luxury market is full of discrepancies, full of contradictions. So definitely we are in a phase where hopefully some things are positively changing, particularly in the consumption side and the entrepreneurial side. I forecast that this decade will see, from the year 2021 to 2030, a growth of luxury consumption in India of 4 times in real terms. So it's not bad at all. A little worse as a forecast compared to what press people write sometimes, but I consider that is very positive. And in the same time, I see that the institutional framework is still very negative. For example, being focused on luxury and luxury people, in a country where millionaires and billionaires are absolutely welcome, when a customer buys something at 50,000 rupees on, he has to give the PAN card, so he has to give the tax number, his tax code, to punish him because he is going to buy some luxury. In the same time, another discrepancy, the fact that the prices of imported luxury goods in India are much higher than in all other countries of the world. All other countries. Why? Because the custom duties are from 30 to 50%. And so if you buy a Rolex or a Gucci bag, you have to pay 30 to 50. Just to give an idea, the regular custom duty in Europe is 12%. In the US is 17%, so much higher. A final point, the discrepancy that when I heard it, I was very surprised, is that a foreigner can't buy an apartment or a house in this country. And so I checked out in what other country of the world there is such a regulation. It is North Korea. So just North Korea and India don't allow to a foreign people to buy a house. So not that I was willing to buy a house in Goa, but anyway I find it as an unbelievable limitation of my freedom of purchasing. Thank you.
But Armando,
So,
if you want to buy a
Armando-
house, you can buy it in my name and you can come and stay. I think.
But I have to pay cash, black market, and keep your name as an owner.
Armando, I think, few things that has changed is, in fact, we were there with the LV team last night. The good news is the indexation of pricing has changed dramatically, especially COVID and post-COVID in India. So today, if I look at earlier what was happening, Armando, was that many of the brands had picked up franchises. They had given franchises because you're right, most people did not believe in the India story. But now what happened is there were many brands who have come in on their own, or they have silent partners or as joint venture partners. With that, they have controlling the pricing. So today, if you look at a Gucci store or an LV store, stores where real commerce does take place, the price between the home country and here, the difference is only 15%. And may I say that many of our customers who used to go to Dubai to shop or to Singapore to shop find it much more expensive in those markets. So Indians used to shop in Dubai, in London, or in Singapore. Those were the three top countries. Now that money's come right back. So there is a trend that was the case earlier. Dare say it's changing for the positive.
No, I agree with that, with you on that. But the point is that the companies you mentioned, LV or Gucci, they have to make an average of what they have as a contribution on price, on the prices of what they sell in Europe or in Dubai and Singapore, and the non-margins they have in India. So definitely is the reason why so far Gucci has opened 5 stores in India, whereas in China there are 90. And Louis Vuitton has opened so far 4 stores in India, whereas in China they are 82. Sorry. So the point is why the Indian government and market rules have to put European companies in a position of being here mostly to underline and emphasize that they still exist in the market
Armando,
without getting profit from it.
Armando, the number of stores that is you're mentioning in China, for instance, one of the reasons why it didn't happen is that when these brands entered the Chinese market, especially when it comes to fashion goods, the Chinese women and they completely moved away from their traditional costumes to the Western attire. So the business was successful, the demand started growing, and then one store after the other came. Whereas in India, they still are Indians. They mix Western with Indian the thing. So the success, I don't, when it comes to accessories, for instance, and it's a fairly big success in India. That reminds me, I want to ask Mark, Mark, when he was the chairman of Gibbs and Hawkes, had number of stores, 150 in China, which probably is more than what we have McDonald's in India. So, would you like to touch upon that part, Mark, the number?
Yeah, I mean, the reason we focused on China was because of the fact it had very good infrastructure. And it had a huge number of high net worth individuals. And actually, that still is the case. If you take China, there's 22 million individuals who are listed as high net worths. If you take India, it's 800,000. So it's still a minuscule market by comparison. Perhaps our mistake was that we opened too many malls, too many shops too quickly, but also selling out might have been a mistake. But the point is the same one really that Armando is making. This is about when the market is the right size, when the infrastructure is there. But on the other hand, I was reading the day before yesterday, which country has the growth potential for the highest increase in the world for the number of high net worth individual? It's India. So maybe we have to wait another couple of years, maybe it's 10 years, who knows how long it's going to be. But when you think that we were talking yesterday about the first luxury mall in China was in 1992. So actually it's not that long ago. And so I'm sure that things will develop in due course in India. And of course you have your own brilliant luxury brands, which maybe China doesn't have. So that's another, maybe a barrier, but maybe an opportunity.
One last question, which is a combination of consumer as well as brands. And I'll leave that with you as my last question for the session. And all three of you can quickly touch upon that. Mohan Murjani, who brought Gucci to India years ago, once told me that often the person who comes wearing a very casual jeans and t-shirt, I'm talking about the attitude of the stores toward customers. They used to look down upon them, saying that, who is this guy walking in with sneaker and jeans? And he's not a potential customer. But Mohan said, more often than not, he's the one who's carrying an MX black card in his pocket. So has that attitude changed in terms of from the retail part towards the consumers?
Absolutely. Interestingly, the story that we were narrating over dinner is this, that you can't judge a person, in India especially, through the clothes they wear, because there are very, very high net worth individuals, for example, in the South or in the Northeast. The 800,000 that you're talking about are stated wealth. But the unstated wealth is far, far more. And that is the propeller for luxury in the country. And that's something that we need to see. The other thing that I'd like to also say is that, in India, you're right that we have adopted to luxury brands, but we are very proud of our own craftsmanship. So when Dior did the show with the craftsmanship based out of India, their sales has shot up by around 80%. So and today Bulgari is coming up with the Mangal Sutra. Today, Louis Vuitton launched its wedding edition for shoes, especially for India. The reason why they are doing it is because the Indian market is really one which has depth and one which has pride. The Indian consumer is very proud of their own culture, but they want to embrace the luxury space within that culture. And I think that is what good brands are realizing, and they're collaborating a lot more. It really gladdens our heart when I see Mr. Pino coming in and not just talking to landlords. He's talking to the craftsmen. When, the LV team comes in, they're talking to the craftsmen, which means that the collaboration with the Indian designers and craftsmen, they understand the potential, and we think that India is in the right space where there are quite a few luxury brands that are going to go global. We're going to take some luxury brands. Sabyasachi has started it. And Rahul Mishra and Gaurav Gupta, you will meet them in the evening. They have started some fabulous brands which are going outwards too. So I think we are at that space where there is collaboration with the world, and our consumption is such that the brands will find it very interesting to come to India, collaborate with us, and grow with us. It's an economy which has got the largest unicorns in the country. There's a startup energy here which is unmatched in almost like China. I think as an overall bouquet of how India is today, the moment for luxury has come to India would be my statement.
Absolutely. Siddhi, do you have permission to ask one more question? A quick one from Armando and Mark. Armando, Yves Carcel, who's been a friend for many years with me, and he loved India as the chairman of Louis Vuitton and in person and as a person. Yves used to always say that if you're looking for quick profits, a quick turnaround, go do some other business, start selling burger or something. Many luxury brands which entered India was in a hurry to expand, and then it takes time from a market which is so traditional. Opened 5 stores in a series and they started retracting back to 1 or 2. Had that changed when you look at India as a market?
Unfortunately, Yves Carcel passed away so young. But I totally agree on his point of view and in general on his vision. He did a lot for creating the luxury consumption, the contemporary luxury system, production, distribution, consumption as it is today. I believe that luxury needs absolutely patience and professionality. And going to the presence of international luxury brands in this market, I am more optimistic now than I was 5 years ago, for example, before COVID. And the news that was given yesterday that here at the Emporio you are going to create another pavilion, another building, is a very good news. I am sure that it can be a factor spurring a new phase of European luxury brands entrance in this market. But those brands need not just to find the space for a store or for many stores, they need to have local partners that have high professionality, big shoulders, and a lot of patience. So the fact that a big company such as Reliance brand entered very strongly years ago in that area has been, I would say, the second step up for the presence of luxury brands in India. And as I consider that the first step was when in the year 2005, after discussion of months of discussion with at the time Minister of Commerce and Industry, Kamal Nath, that I called today to say hello, and I found out at the Bulgari Hotel in Milan the solution of the 49-51% scheme. That was a first step up, and in particular, that convinced the Singh family to create Emporio. Without that regulation, it would be impossible for the Singh family to invest in this sector. So nowadays, I believe that the presence of Reliance brand, the opportunity and the willingness of DLF also to be partner of luxury brands in this country are going to give a further burst.
Mark, any quick last words from you?
Well, I guess, I suppose the one thing is, just looking back, is you might ask, is luxury a serious business? And the answer is yes. I mean, it's consistently grown ahead of world GDP. One of the constantly growing sectors is the luxury sector. And actually, you could probably go back to the Medicis in the sort of 15th century, but it's been constant. And the thing that I really like about the moment now is that it's not just driven by money and by wanting to show off, but also this interest in craftsmanship, so that everybody is happy. Not only the landlords are happy, the brand owners are happy, but the people that are making the products are appreciated and are making beautiful products. So it's a great business, the luxury business, and I believe that the future here is fantastic.
Thank you so much for that, ending with that positive note, Mark. And I thank the panelists, Pushpa, Mark, and Armando. Thank you so much.
They want a good picture. They want a good picture.
Do I get to stand up?
You don't need that portion. You're tall enough. Whenever I call, I miss you.
Thank you very much for that enlightening discussion. Now moving on, let's indulge in the art of luxury publishing. For this, I would like to call on stage the session moderator, Sonal Ved, the digital editor, Luxury Division, India Today Group, to introduce the speakers.
Hi, can I request everybody to come back to their seats, please?
Can I please request everyone to be back for the next session?
All the grazing table people, please come back to your seats. We have a very exciting session right now. and how we consume content is no longer the same. In this panel, Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson and Executive Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group, and Kim Clair Bodden, SVP, Global Editorial and Brand Director, Hearst, weigh in on what the future looks like, the way in which we are creating business and editorial synergies, reinventing the medium, and more. May I please request my speakers to come on the stage?
This is going to be a private conversation.
I'm feeling so relaxed about it.
Hello? No.
Hello. Yeah. Now it's on.
Is mine on? Yeah.
Yours on.
Shall I sing? No.
Yes.
Thank you, ladies, for your time today. Okay, I'm going to jump right in with my first question for Kali and Kim is, when you're thinking of launching a luxury platform in a different country, how do you approach what is relevant or what is not relevant for that market? Kim, I'm going to open this to you first.
Sure, thank you. It's a great question. Can you hear me? Everything is okay. It's a full question. If I go back to a recent launch, we just recently relaunched Harper's Bazaar in France and in the print version in Italy. So I would answer by saying that we have these historical, legendary brands, right? So it comes from that, right? But I think the secret to our success is really that we choose our partners really wisely. So India today, I don't know, how long are we in business?
25 years.
25 years. Okay, so 25 years and counting. So in France, actually, we chose an amazing partner. The partner is Prisma, but it's owned by Vivendi, which is a multi-platform media giant. So I would say in France, the timing was everything because we had been in France 40 years ago. So what we did was we presented our brand, which everyone knew, obviously, because it had been there 40 years ago. But we wanted to tap into what was happening in the market. But what I was saying before about the secret to our success is that we have to rely on our publishers in local markets to be the experts, right? They know what will work in their market, and they in turn rely on us to be the brand experts. But the true magic comes from the conversation, the dialogue, the openness to really create the magic that is in France or Italy or in India. As Kali said, we're here 25 years, and if you look at the Indian edition of Bazaar, it's really Indian and it's really beautiful, but it really does speak to the enormity of this historied brand of Harper's Bazaar.
So I think this sinks right into what you're trying to do, Kali, is to bring international brands to India. What is your thought process like while you choose these things?
You know, it's a bit like a soulmate. You don't really choose them. They just sort of show up. And I would say that whatever we have done with Hearst for the last 25 years, and I hope Kim would second that, is not necessarily business, but it's a friendship.
It's a
and
family.
That's why we're together for 25 years. We've seen each other through thick and thin. And I think one of the most important factors in making any decision related to business is gut. I mean, at least in our business, that's always been the case. We're not analysis paralysis type of company at all, right? We go with gumption. And that's one of the most important things. You read the pulse, you see the mood of what's happening, and then essential piece is the gut. What does your gut say?
Okay. So when you say that you rely on your instincts, I think it may be the same for you when you decide which market to launch in, or is this more like an analytical process?
I won't lie that you have to have some sort of analytical mind to launch magazines, particularly in this landscape. But I also think it's more about being sensitive to the market. Listen, it's a very nuanced business, and we're not oracles. We don't know what is going to explode in success or, fail fast. But when I say fail fast, you have to have a nose for that. So if something fails fast, you get out of there. And if something shows success, you start to iterate on that success, and hopefully it will continue.
So Kim, then what are the possibilities and challenges for luxury publishers that have come to the fore in the last, say, half a decade?
I couldn't hear. Could you say that again?
Can we have a little less chatter at the back, please? Thank you, thank
Sorry,
you.
thanks.
See, this is good. Okay, so what are the possibilities and challenges as a luxury publishers that have come for you in the last half a decade?
I know it sounds cliche, but I guess, challenges, often people say there are opportunities. I think you just have to be super nimble and be able to pivot whenever anything is thrown at you. So obviously, I go back maybe a decade and a half ago, digital, what are we going to do about digital? What are we going to do about that? How are we going to grow? But what I believe first, or what from my side, is that I am completely passionate and committed to the storytelling and our brands. I mean, I'm a brand ambassador. So what I know is what our brands do. And how do you kind of massage that to fit into what's happening in the landscape today? Our last panel, it was wonderful because, you have someone who is absolutely current on what's happening in India, and then two other gentlemen who have come into India and have a very important aspect and perspective about how to make that business grow. But the working together is really what's going to make this success. So challenges, I don't know. I mean, just trying to find people who are still interested in print, for instance. That's a challenge, but
okay.
I love it.
So
I think, just to add to that, I think the younger generation is very into fashion. So that's a huge opportunity, But at the same time, the younger generation is getting a lot of their fashion sense, influence, news from digital. So how do you kind of bridge that gap? It's an opportunity, but it's also a challenge, right?
yeah, so this actually leads me to my next question, which is luxury brands are adopting a multi-channel approach towards the rapidly evolving environment. And, with this whole India Today group being very much at the top of being on all kinds of platforms and mediums. However, the digital space, when you see it's cluttered with low barrier entry, how do then luxury brands leverage digital platforms to make a significant impact?
So I think we were discussing this off stage, right? It really is the difference between a digital red rose being sent to you on WhatsApp and a beautiful bunch of red roses being sent to you in person. The two things really don't compare. So yes, you can have digital access to a brand and you can see maybe what it looks like, but it's only a part of what that brand represents. It's only when you're in the store where you get this feel, the smell, the experience of the brand that it comes alive. So I think the two can work very well together, where one can advertise and grow the brand, and then the other can create the experience for the consumer who can access it.
Right, so it's not either or, it's both working in synergy.
It's always interdependent.
Okay, so Kim, sorry.
And I would just add to that, if you look at what's happening today, it's the experience as well, right? So back in the day, there was print in the center, and then you had all these other things. But today, I think it's just that it's brand-centric. So when you have LuXperiences and you can see the artistry and the magnificent workmanship of everything together, it just makes it all the more.
It's your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you.
I'm not going to repeat that.
We heard you.
But
okay.
It makes it all visceral.
It's a visceral.
You can feel it.
That's true.
So,
thank you.
So I'm going to...
See, this is the part of being good partners. You can complete each other's sentences. This is what it takes.
This is a long relationship.
This is what it takes.
This relationship is concrete. Okay, so, Kim, print has long been a natural place for luxury brands to belong. Do you think this still holds true with so much digital influence around us? And does luxury brand positioning translate better on print versus digital?
I won't say that it translates better on print or digital, but I would say absolutely there is a place for luxury in print. Harper's Bazaar is a coffee table book. It's a tactile thing. You look at it, juxtapose all the beautiful ads. It's a very symbiotic experience. That said, There are so many innovative ways to create that same luxury experience online or in social or in an experience. So I don't think it's one or the other. We have certain countries in the world where 70% of their ad revenue comes from print. We have other places in the world where it's the opposite. You know, leveling out might be a good thing, but we're focusing at Hearst in the US to grow our digital revenue. But at the end of the day, it's revenue and it could live in any appropriate place.
So Khalid, Kim is saying print is important. On the other hand, we've at the group been working on all things AI and projects related to AI. Where do you stand when it comes to the relevance of print versus digital versus now AI?
So look, asking a person like me about print is asking a very biased person. I'm going to say I love print. I love the tactile feeling of a freshly printed magazine. And though I will very often see the black books of our magazines before they go to print, once they come back from print, I still want to see them. I still want to read them. I don't know. It's something about it being concrete and firm and the fact that it can't be changed that gives it that feel. To the second part of your question about AI, I think it's a very interesting period for, every field, but fashion as well. I mean, most of you would have seen the viral or digital moment of where at a fashion show, Bella Hadid had a dress printed on her in 3D, right? So where does that take the hand craftsmanship? Where does it take tailors? Where does it take designers? And then from the AI perspective, what happens to design when AI is designing fashion? You put in all of a particular brand in there and say, hey, create something new at the touch of a button. Or you have models which are perfection without any of the things that go with being human, created on AI, right? Like, you work on so many shoots. Would you, if you had a chance, work with a celebrity or work with an AI model? No tantrums, no demands, no
managers.
Yeah, no managers. Like, you'd be like, okay, I'm going to work with AI.
But I would also say that, listen, AI is here to stay. It's just how do we embrace it? How do we work with it? But what you're saying, Khalid, again, there's the question of intellectual property, right? Yes. So that's a super important part of where the AI future is going to be. So, who knows? But
so you see, this I think is the churn, right? What is intellectual property? When we were just discussing this as well, like a brand gets inspired by the success of another brand and then creates the same with their brand, right? So you have the beautiful sandals, sorry to point at yours, made, right? And I don't know which brand started them first, but now every brand has those beautiful sandals with their brand name. Now, is that intellectual property? Who's was it inspired?
It's art.
Then, like, if AI does the same, what's the issue? So it's a really interesting question. And I'm not saying I've decided either side, but I spend a lot of time and energy just thinking about this. And same for you, because we both, in our brands, have created so much intellectual property. And what really happens to that intellectual property in the day and age of AI? So you want to flirt with it, but you are also sleeping with the enemy. So you got to kind of decide.
Of course. But when you think about brands like Harper's Bazaar, the essence, there's a pure essence to Harper's Bazaar or to Gucci or to Pucci or to all of the brands. Christian Louboutin, okay, we know there's the red soul, right? That's kind of staple for them, and no one else has done that, really,
That's
because
true.
that's their own.
Somebody's doing pink souls.
I don't have the answers. I just know that people love luxury and they want to have access to it. But I have my own personal designers that I love, right? So I kind of know the little stuff about them. And, it's to each his own.
So I'm going to, we've run out of time, but I'd love to know more about all of this. I'm going to end this conversation by knowing, can you please tell us who are you wearing today and who are you wearing today? Because you all are not going to tell me who your favorite luxury brands are, but at least you can tell me what your preferred luxury brands for today are. Kim, you go first.
Okay, how embarrassing. So I would say, sadly I don't have Pucci. Because I love Pucci, but I have Prada, Hermes, Cartier, Argentine designers. So anyway,
Thank you.
Sonal, you don't kiss
Hermes.
No, no, Sonal,
Chanel.
you do not kiss and tell. You do not wear and tell either. Okay?
okay.
And if you can't
trick
figure
question,
out,
Kim.
if you can't figure out the brands I'm wearing, my job is well done.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay, so wait a
thank you,
second.
ladies. Thank you.
That's
Thank
terribly
you.
unfair. But I lied. I
But-
don't have
but-
anything of those people on.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Sonal.
much.
Thank you very much. We'll now break for lunch, so please help yourselves.
Can you all please take your seats? We're starting our next session shortly. If diamonds and pearls are a girl's best friend, our panelists are the ones who make us meet them. Their noteworthy contribution to the jewelry industry not only stands out in India, but also has resonated on a global scale. As we explore this conversation, we are proud to collaborate with the Singleton Social, a place for authentic connections and meaningful experiences brought to you by Diageo India in partnership with Nicobar. The Singleton Social bridges legacy and innovation, mirroring the diverse influences that shape the landscape of jewelry design in India. In this panel, I'd like to welcome Siddharth Kasliwal. Is he? Yes, hi, please. Farah Khan and Hanoot Singh to delve into the rich tapestry of the jewelry world, exploring the legacy between classic and contemporary designs. Start Farah and there has not been a more glamorous panel so far. Thank you for your time.
Hello.
So I'm going to jump right in with my questions. My first question is for Siddharth. Given your experience of working on jewelry curation at various museums and exhibitions around the world, how do you think the perception around Indian jewelry has evolved on a global stage?
Yeah, so hi everyone, thank you for being here. So talking about the museum jewelry, I think so I would like to give a lot of credit to my late father, Mr. Munu Kasliwal, who really was a pioneer and the first person, like, you know, the Metropolitan Museum of Art had contacted him to do this Al Sabah collection from Kuwait National Museum, which was called Jeweled Arts of India in the Age of Mughals. And it was the first time any jewelry house, let alone be from India, it was also the first one from Asia to be represented at the Met. And at that time, you know, it was late 90s, early 2000, that people in America didn't really relate to Indian jewelry homes as a fine jewelry home, because they always thought it's the Italian and the French jewelry homes which make the fine jewelry. The Europeans were always exposed to what Indian jewelry is all about. So I think so that changed the perception of the American crowd, especially like in New York, when they saw that this kind of jewelry is still being produced by jewelry house in India, and these pieces are not centuries old and it's not lost in the pages of history. It still can be done with the right amount of patience and passion. Amazing things can be achieved.
Thank you for that. Farah, in your journey as a jewelry designer, where does your inspiration come from, especially while designing modern and contemporary pieces, but at the heart of it, there is India?
Thank you, everyone. I want to say that I am inspired by nature and architecture. And so you will always see that in my jewelry, because I believe that God is the best designer, and we're all trying to emulate God. For me, as a designer, I've always drawn from natural sources. So in my contemporary jewelry, I use animals, I use bees, butterflies, chameleons, all kinds of nature, flowers. And I try to tell stories, because to me, jewelry is not just an ornament. It's something that represents you. It speaks about who you are, where you come from, what you believe in. And so when I try to do jewelry, I try to capture that moment and narrate those tales. And that's what I do.
Beautiful. So Hanoot, I am a big fan of everything that your house produces, and Beyonce, Madonna, Christian Louboutin, Paris Hilton, Kareena Kapoor Khan, Rihanna, Cher. Those are not people I wish to meet, but all the people that Hanout has designed things for. You've done pieces for all these incredible people in India and abroad. Who is Hanout's ideal muse?
Thank you. I actually didn't design for them specifically. They sort of cottoned on to what they liked of my work and then wore that multiple times. So that was cool. My ultimate muse is an independent person, man, woman with flair, intellect, very much their own person, and a person of the world.
Thank you. That's so nicely put, the person of the world.
It's everybody, you know. I mean, it's...
So, you know, Farah, even you have done pieces for a lot of international celebrities, but they're pieces that represent Indian craftsmanship in its full glory. What's your process like? Is it different designing for international celebrities versus Indian?
So I think in my heart, I'm very Indian, and what I do is I take from Indian motives, whether it is Indian architecture, Indian, tapestry, furnishings, and I use Western color palettes. So I will normally stay away from the reds and the greens, and I try to use a soft sorbet palette because I want my designs to have the universal appeal. And I realized that when I speak a language that is more universal, I have a clientele that is very vast, right from the Western world to the Indian continent. There's something for everyone, and I think that's what's got me where I am today, because my pieces appeal to one and all.
Okay, so Siddharth, for Gem Palace, it is dedicated to celebrating Indian craftsmanship, and there is one side which is trying to preserve heritage, and then this other side which is pushing the boundaries of design. How do you balance both these things?
Well, I think you need both. Now, the times are too challenging. And, with the technology moving at such a fast pace, it's really difficult to have that sustainability of craftsmanship and keep your artisans who are like generational artisans. Like I am blessed to be born in a legacy of jewelry family. So it's very difficult to keep them motivated to continue doing the same work. And that's why being in Jaipur, we are very lucky that we are surrounded by so much of inspiration. Jaipur is one of those fabulous cities that wherever you look around, you're constantly inspired, whether it be the architecture, the colors, all the art that's there. So being in today's time, what we are trying to do, the USP of Gem Palace still remains to be handcrafted. And what is one of the most important thing for us is the human aspect, the human interaction. Like this has to be done with by hand, and we are not using machines, and we are not trying to do the laser cutting or CAD thing. Everything still handcrafted, and that's what we'll try to do for the next many decades.
It's interesting. Both of you all spoke about your surroundings inspiring you, and I know, Hanout, a lot of your design is led by architecture. I want to know if there was ever a time or an anecdote in your life when you were walking past a building and you said, I got to make design out of this. Constantly.
It's like a minefield of idea. I mean, wherever you go, whether in India, where it's out of the Indo-Persian Mughal architecture, or the Gothic architecture, wherever you travel, the eye has to be open. So you're always clocking everything, and architecture is literally a minefield of brilliance, especially for design.
What I wanted to add was that, what Siddharth was saying, that he uses craftsmanship and, handmade jewelry. And I say, with me, I use both. I use handmade jewelry because we have craftsmen who do wax, wax molds and carving the wax jewelry out of wax. And then we also use CAD design, because CAD design is also very important today. There are new techniques in jewelry that allow us to make lots of different kinds of jewelry, because we're living in a world that is ever changing and there's so much of innovation. And the youth today want pieces of jewelry that they can wear more often. We have our traditional pieces of jewelry that people end up wearing for weddings and occasions. But on an average, most people want to wear jewelry to represent themselves, to speak about who they are. And that's where we work with different technology, whether it's ceramic, 3D printing, different mix, material, all of that.
It's very interesting what you said, jewelry for the youth, because we have to admit that that's your next consumer. Gen Z is making important luxury buys.
It's actually
and that's your market.
It's the most thrilling when the younger people are wearing your work now. I've had the mothers wearing it, and now their kids are wearing it, and it actually gives me a huge thrill. And as she said, it's jewelry is meant to be worn, and we do jewelry that we want people to wear all the time, not sort of keep in their lockers. And the nice thing is that once they start buying, they're like, oh, we wear your jewelry all the time.
So what, according to you, are the topmost jewelry trends that are kind of accepting to the Gen Z consumer that is now becoming the real buyer?
You know what? I don't even know if they're trends or anything, because they're so specific and they're so wild in their taste.
And authentic to themselves.
And authentic to themselves. I mean, the guys are wearing the pearls and they're wearing the diamonds and they're wearing everybody's layering and layering and layering. With this whole new sort of like fluidity in sexuality and everything, everybody's wearing everything all at once. So everybody is specific in their own thing, and that's what is brilliant now.
Siddhartha, what about you, because your brand is so seeped into tradition, how do you then break out of that and make jewelry accepting for the younger audience?
Well, we do... I mean, when you talk about the Gem Palace, people kind of get scared and they're like, it's only like big
It's only heavy gems and Maharani jewelry.
Yeah, that's the perception. But, there's a really fun line that we call the Mughal Contemporary, which is very much inspired by all the traditional like Chand Balis and Jhumkas and all. But instead of using diamond polkis and gold, we are using fun, vibrant colors like rubelites and amethyst. It very youth-friendly. People in the West, they love it because those colors are something you can wear during day and night. And they also like fun things. That was one of the iconic designs of my father, which is called the frog ring. You know about them. So that's something like a staple Gem Palace piece that every girl wants to have, a frog ring. Probably based on the concept that if you kiss the frog, it turns into a
prince. Okay. So the Singleton Social is all about creating profound experiences and offers a platform that helps taste seekers appreciate the finer intricacies of life. They believe in catering to people's ever-growing appetite for luxury. Farah, what are the intricacies of your jewelry brand that set it apart?
I think I've managed to carve a very distinct design language with my brand because we tell stories. And I would say my jewelry is fluid. It's very artistic. It's very creative. Sometimes I say it's a conversation starter because when you wear my jewelry, you're bound to have someone stop you and say, where did you get that from? And for me, it's so important to create pieces that draw attention because that's what I believe you should wear jewelry, to draw attention to yourself. And I very successfully managed to do that because when I create jewelry, I just don't love design. I live to design. So I try to say, make a statement with my pieces. And so a lot of even my Pret jewelry is statement. Like I'm wearing some of my Pret jewelry on my ears and on my fingers. And this ring that I'm wearing, I remember walking into Cartier and Louis Vuitton in Dubai, and I got stopped there, as who did you, where did you get this ring from, and that's a great compliment to me as a designer, because I've always looked up to these brands like Cartier, Bulgari, Van Cleef, and I've stayed away, from trying to get their design language, but I've created my own design language, because I think as a brand, it's so important to have a design language. So today the biggest compliment I have is when people look at my jewelry and say, that's the Farah Khan, and that's what I want to be.
You said something very interesting, is that you want jewelry to make a statement. You want somebody to stop you and ask you, where's this from? It puts me in that, I have to ask this to Hanoot especially, is in this whole conversation about quiet luxury, can Indian jewelry ever be quiet?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Indian jewelry the lexicon of design of Indian jewelry is so vast and mammoth. You can extract what is quiet about it, what is sort of simplistic about it, what is maybe pared down, and that's quiet luxury.
What about you, Siddharth? What do you think about the whole concept of quiet luxury, especially in the context of Indian jewelry?
I believe, luxury, simplicity as its best. Not everything has to be loud to be luxurious, like beautiful Kashmir sapphires or like beautiful Burmese rubies set with the minimalistic setting can still be a statement of luxury, because you know the value of the stone, and when you're wearing it, you feel special about it. So, and also when there's a lot of time, it's not always for what the world can see, but what you see. And there's something that I learned that was a saying in an old Indian culture, like they said that it's not only what the eyes can see, but the body sees and feels as well. That was also one of the reasons how the enameling work came behind that, because you would usually judge a piece of jewelry by the back, not the front. So I always believe luxury.
Yeah, you're right. That Indian enamel work is quite luxury. At the back of something is for the wearer themselves.
Okay, and what about you, Farah? Because, your pieces are so statement. It will never go unnoticed if I'm wearing a Farah Khan. Where does this concept then fit in for you and your brand?
So I believe that I was born to stand out, not fit in. And so I live my brand, and I can be as quiet as you want, or I can be as loud as you want, because I create high-end fine jewelry, as well as I have another brand which is pret jewelry, because you should be able to mix and match and be able to wear it at any occasion. So like I said, it's always good to wear something that is noticed, not because I think Kali was talking about she was wearing a brand, she was wearing Hermes, and she said you should be able to tell the brand. She doesn't have to speak about it. So that's what I think too.
Thank you for that. Siddharth, what have been a few of the most iconic jewelry pieces to come out of Gem Palace? Because I know there are many, but if you had to tell me, say, like the top three, especially those that you created for the royals outside of India. So everybody knows royals in India have, especially the Jaipur royals, have beautiful heirloom pieces. What have you created for people outside, especially Princess Diana, that I read in my research that Gem Palace made jewelry for her. What was the whole process like back then? If there are any stories you can share with us.
Yeah, I think at Gem Palace we've been very lucky with the kind of people who have descended and who have visited us in many generations. I was probably 12 or 13 when Princess Diana came, so I won't remember much what she had looked, but I've only heard stories. What I actually worked on was when one of this big Middle East royalty had come, and we worked on this wedding jewelry suite of theirs for almost 4 years. And it was a beautiful marriage of a Middle Eastern and Indian culture, because it was inspired by the famous Satlada. Satlada stands for 7 strands. And Satlada design, which we did with like crescents all over, with like Basra pearls and rose-cut diamonds. So that was one of the most iconic pieces we did. And almost 60 to 70 craftsmen worked on it diligently for like almost 3 years.
Wow. Hanut, have you ever tried to juxtapose, like he said, there were multiple elements that came together for her piece. Have you ever tried to juxtapose non-Indian design sensibilities with Indian motifs?
Totally.
And how do you kind of ensure that there is no cultural appropriation there?
This whole idea of cultural appropriation is super annoying, firstly. Why can't you, it's not even appropriation, it's like giving a sort of, or paying homage to different cultures.
If done sensitively.
Yeah, I mean, in jewelry, how can you be insensitive? But what was the question?
Juxtaposing Indian sensibilities with
yeah, so
international
for my jewelry specifically, there are hints of Indian aspects, there are hints of sort of deco. I'd say my jewelry is like a well-made cocktail, you know, with hints of the past, very much of the present, and lashings of the future.
Wow, that's quite a quotable quote.
I just want to say that I'm a big fan of his work and his work too. And I actually have a pair of earrings from him and a pair of earrings from him too.
We're big fans of yours, Farah.
Okay, this is a mutual admiration society. Bridal jewelry. I cannot have a conversation about Indian luxury and not talk about bridal jewelry. And you know, all your sensibilities are so different. Siddharth, why don't you start and tell me what are some of the biggest bridal jewelry trends for 2024? How have things changed from the last 5 years to now? Or is there any change, or are we still going and sticking to traditional?
I think so. A lot has changed after COVID, I would say. You know, initially during the bridal, like for a regular bridal suite, you would need for 3-4 events. One would be a cocktail event, one would be like Sangeet, Mehendi. Just after the pandemic, everybody has concised their wedding, so that's taken a huge toll on the bridal jewelry market. Not necessarily now they need like 6-7 sets for the whole wedding. They might just do it with 2. And also that big jadao and all that, that trend, at least for us, we don't do that anymore. We try to do the jewelry that can be transformed after the wedding, like so they can wear it, it can be in multi-layers and can be taken off. And I also feel the luxury segment has been divided a lot, because first 60% of your wedding budget used to be jewelry. And now I think so it's close to like 20 to 25. And it's been divided by like expensive watches, handbags, all of these things.
Pre-wedding shoots.
Which
a
was
large
never
part of it goes to pre-wedding shoot.
Yeah, so you know the concept of an Indian, like Indian mindset has always been that jewelry is an investment. And it is. I really think so. It's a great investment, better than shoes and bags. But in America and in the Western culture, jewelry is always looked as an expense. And I think so that's kind of mindset is coming in the younger generation, what I feel and when I deal with, that they don't want to spend that much on jewelry. They want experience. It's all about you're showing your life on Instagram. So it's about experiences.
Farah, what about you? Tell me your top 3 jewelry bridal trends, 2024.
Well, multi-wear jewelry, because the brides today want pieces they can wear more often. They're not looking for something very heavy. They're looking for things they could mix and match, wear on different occasions. And I said, lastly, I think women, just like he said, want to have experiences and have those experiences in real life as well as on Instagram. So the pieces of jewelry have become more adventurous, actually, and less conservative and less traditional. I would say a mix and match of traditional and contemporary jewelry, because that's what they want.
And Hanut, what about you?
Well,
you have to divide this answer for me in 2 parts. One is tell us about the bridal trends, but also tell me, according to you, where does the future of Indian luxury jewelry lie?
I mean, India is booming. Indian luxury jewelry is booming. We all sell in India. We sell internationally. We sell all over. You know, it's pretty insatiable. People's desire, want, and need. That's as far as Indian jewelry going and spreading its wings. Bridal, I don't do bridal jewelry, but I have lots of people who buy my earrings or my neck things for either this is sangeet or for the parties or things like that. So that's me.
So I was making a point before lunch that India has this market of luxury, which is really way up there. There are billionaires there. But then, you know, they have another sector of people that are billionaires, but they're the aspirational billionaires, okay? You have old money and you have new money. And the new money are the ones you don't see in the magazines. You don't see them anywhere. But they're the ones who are actually buying. They're the ones who not only buy, but want to splash it and show that they have arrived. And that is a sector that is actually growing and spending on the luxury market. So I think we're in a very good space now as Indian brands because we have access to those people. And I think, like I was even saying, that though we have the Western jewelry brands in India, they've not managed to capture the wedding market because because jewelry in the West is considered fashion. In India, it's considered culture. And when people buy jewelry here, they actually buy jewelry because they look at it as a long-term investment. They also look at it as memories that they're going to pass down generations because it's going to outlive its wearer and go down generations. And at the same time, they don't want to pay the prices that the Western brands command for jewelry. Because in India, jewelry is still, even though we have now getting away with contemporary jewelry with MRPs, but in India still the customer will come and ask you how much gold, how much diamond, and they will do a calculation in their head and then say, is this worth paying it for? And that's when brand authenticity comes in, brand stories come in, and if they trust you, then you have a customer.
Okay, on that note, Siddharth, one last question for you before we wrap up is, in one line, tell me, where does the future of Indian luxury jewelry lie? One line. Okay, you can have two.
The future of Indian luxury jewelry,
it ain't going nowhere.
It ain't going nowhere. It lies in India, and I would say in Jaipur.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
And we have another interesting one to follow right now, which is India's royal tryst with luxury. As we all know, India's touch with luxury started with the royals many, many years ago during the British Raj. That is when, all our Maharajas were getting custom-made jewels from Cartier to Van Cleef, and the Rolls Royce were being customized from them. And of course, we also all have the largest collection of LV trunks with the royals. So luxury and royalty go back many, many, many eons, and we are now back talking to the next generation of the royals and how do they fuse luxury with what they want to do today, how are they carrying the legacy forward, and what are the plans there. Joining me today, I have the young philanthropist, who has embraced her mother's women empowerment initiative, PDFK, with total elan, a committed princess. May I have some silence at the back, please? May I have everybody from the grazing table move to the seats, and let's just kind of hear a lot which our speakers are here to say, please. May I request all of you to be here? Thank you. Thank you for being here tonight. A committed princess who carries her legacy lovingly on her slender shoulders, a youth icon that the nation adulates, and a style icon now who carries off her look to perfection. Princess Gauravi Kumari of Jaipur. She's here with us, who is today redefining the role of young royals that they must play in the democratic India. Hi. Welcome, Gauravi. Joining us on the panel today is another very interesting Maharani who comes from a legacy and a family of Baroda, which probably have, in fact, the Lakshmi Vilas Palace is the largest living residence in the world. It's 5 times the size of Buckingham Palace, spread over 500 acres, spread around, dotted with the Osler chandeliers, and we've all heard the story of the famous Baroda pearls carpet, and the Raja Ravi Verma legacy. There is a lot that the family of Baroda is associated with from the point of luxury and legacy. And today we have Maharani Radhikaraje Gaekwad, who's here to share with us what is the way forward of taking it. Hi Radhika, and welcome. Thank you both for being here. And India's seen a huge luxury and legacy synthesis which has been carrying over. India is probably one of the only countries in the world which boasts of the n number of royals that we have, taking us world over and everything. Gauravi, I'm going to start with you. Jaipur has been the design capital to India, just like Paris and Milan are. You have all designers look at Jaipur for inspiration, whether it's prints or fabrics or colors. And you have a great heritage to follow with that. Your home, the City Palace, is also a board to some of the greatest crafts, karkhanas, and now you have set up a huge museum as well. How do you imbibe the history that you carry there and the design sensibility of PDKF and all the other crafts that you have?
Thank you, Ruchika. I think definitely Jaipur for me and for my family has been the most driving force behind everything that we create at PDKF. For those of you who don't know what PDKF stands for, it's the Princess Diya Kumari Foundation. And during COVID, I set up a store for the foundation called the PDKF store. So coming back to your question, Ruchika, everything that we create at the store for the store is directly linked with Jaipur, as Jaipur being the main inspiration. I think whether it's the colors of Jaipur, whether it's the festivals of Jaipur, or just this essence of the city of Jaipur, I think that has been the main driving force and inspiration behind the brand. And when we talk about direct inspiration, I feel like if you see a lot of our clothes, A lot of the block printing motifs have been directly inspired by the motifs that one would see in the old angrakhas or the old saris, some of the saris that have been displayed in the museum. So I think we've tried to make a conscious effort to kind of derive a very direct inspiration from the collection.
Great. I'm just going to ask you one more question on Jaipur, Gauravi. What is it that draws the world to Jaipur? Why is Jaipur on the dot of everybody's map?
You know, something very interesting, when Maharaja Jai Singh built Jaipur many years ago, his main vision, or so I've read and heard from my grandparents, was to make Jaipur a city where global arts, crafts, culture and fashion comes. So I feel like today, you know, to see his vision come to life, I don't think I can answer your question when you say, why is it that? But I feel like today when we see a lot of global designers, a lot of global artists come into Jaipur and create beautiful things, I kind of feel that his vision of creating the Jaipur city is coming true and is coming to life. And I only wish that it grows and becomes even more culturally significant, and I wish that a lot more designers come and, you know, acknowledge and make use of the crafts community of Jaipur and Rajasthan, because I feel like Rajasthan is one of the richest states when it comes to crafts and arts, and one can only hope that it continues to become, you know, one of the global cities when it comes to culture and fashion.
Of course, I think you're right on the way, and you're doing a great job with the Princess Diya Kumari Foundation as well. Radhika, Baroda, I mean, there's a huge legacy with that. There is so much about Baroda. The Lakshmi Vilas Palace, like I just said, is an artifact in itself, from the chandeliers to the carpets to the, what do you call them, the Diwani khas flooring, that's what you call them, the generous sculptures, and the semi-precious stones inlaid in them. What is most precious to you in this collection, and how are you maintaining all that wealth of artifacts in it?
Ruchika, what happens is when the space is a home, it's a museum class home, of course, but it's still a home. There is a sentimental attachment to everything. So one stops looking at it from the intrinsic value point, and you are a custodian and you belong to them much more than they belonging to you. You know, that's what happens with legacy or homes like ours, where it's not about the home belonging to you, but you belonging to the home. And from that emerges a lot of humility and a sense of responsibility towards it. But if you ask me specifically which are my favorite, you know, the most precious aspects of my living spaces, I would say they would be the Lakshmi and Saraswati paintings by Raja Ravi Verma, which adorn
of course, the world looks at.
Yes, and they adorn the Gadi Hall as blessing the ruler to lead, you know, the dynasty with prosperity and wisdom.
The Saraswati and the Radha in the moon.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You know, India's Maharajas were kind of the close association with the world's biggest brands, from jewelry to cars to watches. The most expensive necklace from Cartier is still made for the Maharaja Patiala. There's never been a bigger necklace than that. I want to come back to the role that the younger generation, like both of you, are playing. Is that fascination still alive?
I think for me, definitely yes. I recently had the chance of witnessing some of the beautiful Cartier jewelry in Abu Dhabi. And I had actually worn some of that jewelry for the cover shoot that we did for the month of February.
For the Harper's Bazaar.
And I can't tell you because I wore some of that jewelry for the shoot back in August, and this time when we actually saw it displayed in the museum at the Abu Dhabi Louvre, I think it was more than just fascination. One really felt like, when I saw it, I was like, wow, this is so beautiful. So I think definitely that still lies, and a lot of it has to do with the long-term association that our families have had perhaps with the brands. So, yes.
Radhika, what do you think is the next generation, like you and your husband Sam, doing to kind of modernize the whole culture? I mean, it's that fetish with brands isn't as relevant now with the younger generation like it used to be.
So I'll tell you something, Ruchika. The brands that we know as of today, when you talk of Louis Vuitton, you talk of Ferragamo, or all or Cartier, these important brands were associated with our families not because they were brands. They stood for quality. They became brands because they came to be associated with illustrious families and dynasties, which gave them further credibility. So, in that sense, families like us continue to look at value in terms of timelessness, quality, finesse, but I think the focus is on associating with something which is going to really add value to an individual. You know, we are to make the person a personality. What is that distance that you take? What is it? How far you take yourself to that? What makes an object a brand? I think that's where the synergy matches.
I think that's very well said, Radhika, and it's great perspective to how you are looking at things rather than the forefathers and the Maharajas. Gauravi, the City Palace has set up this beautiful museum with miniatures and many, many new artifacts. And you, of course, you and your mom have been personally very involved in kind of curating the whole thing. What is your favorite piece in there?
So from the photography and painting gallery, I would say my personal favorite would be definitely Savai Ram Singh's collection of photography. He was a visionary of his time, I think, and way like very fast. I mean, he foresaw those days. I feel like his collections included, he was the first gentleman, the first photographer to shoot women. And in those days, women maintained strict parda. So he was the first photographer who actually photographed some of these women. And one of those photographs that I'd like to talk about is a woman with a sword. And if you see that photograph, it's a very strong photograph of a woman standing with a sword in her hand. And I think it's so forward of those times. It also speaks a lot of women of those times. I feel like one is only heard when you talk about women in parda or women in the zanana. That is a very rare image that Ram Singh has managed to capture. So that definitely is my favorite collection. I think he's captured women in their true, honest sense, and also in a very confident and powerful frame, which I think even today is a great source of inspiration to many photographers or even young women like myself. Another very interesting thing is that Ram Singh also, what we call the modern day selfie today, he was actually the first photographer to kind of start self-portraits.
Oh, amazing. So the selfie culture started way back then. Radhika, tell us about the Raja Ravi Verma residence in the palace. That's something, it's of intrigue to everybody who loves art and who knows about art.
Yes, I think the art lovers would probably know that Baroda was home and patron to Raja Ravi Verma for many, many years. We have his largest collection of paintings, and his residency was set up in Baroda, in the estate, because he was in Baroda for over 14 years. And we recently had the studio restored, and it's a beautiful space to be in, and it takes you back in time, and we still have the sink where he used to wash his colors and prepare his paints. And it just takes you back in time that you're in for a moment touching something as important in the history of art.
That goes down in history in more than that. And Today you are very involved in promoting craft. Chanderi, of course, from your mother-in-law to your grandmother to the women in the family had been very empowered to promote crafts. And you have, in fact, there's a very interesting fact that Radhika has also involved the LGBTQ community in a very big way in all her endeavors. So that's great to see that the royals who were considered to be so traditional are so inclusive today. So that's a great step forward for modern India.
Thank you.
Tell us about how have you, you have revived the craft of Chanderi, and of course Chanderi has become trendy today. So what has it taken, and where was, when you started off with Chanderi to now? Tell us a little bit about that journey.
So I'm wearing one of our revived Chanderis. So what happened was Chanderi over time, post-independence, when the patronage died out, most crafts in India, at least the refined crafts, were patronized by royalty and the temple. So these were the two main patrons of all important crafts and cultural testimonies. Post-independence, when that patronage died out, there was a corruption that came of the fabric. The yarn started getting stiffer, it was synthetic came in, people stopped wearing saris, the occasions died out, we were looking more towards the West. And there was an entire corruption of a fabric such as the Chanderi, which dates back to the Mughal times and has been patronized by all royalty. In India, it was coveted even outside. And so the intent to revive not just a costume, but a craft became important, because craft means a culture, and culture means a community. And when you lose that block of craft, which is, in India, it is all by word of mouth. Parivar mein, it's passed on from father to son. There's no written documentation of craft. So when that link breaks, it is lost forever.
It is.
And therefore, it was the attempt was to, go back to archives and pull out all the old designs from paintings, from photographs and old swatches, and sit with the weavers and recreate them.
Superb. Gauravi, you're doing something similar at the foundation, and we've seen you sitting with the women, with the weavers, kind of weaving dreams for them. Tell us, what are you doing with the foundation?
So the foundation was actually started almost 10 years ago by my mother in Savai Madhopur, which is a place near Jaipur. And over the past 10 years, we worked across fields of education, health, women's security, and skill building. Skill building being one of the main projects that we had. So I think what our main aim really is to make the women of the foundation financially independent, because I think today that's the most important. If anyone is financially independent, I think they can start their own startups, they can start their own ventures. So that's something that the foundation is really focusing on. But when it comes to craft, all the crafts that we work with at the foundation are local to Rajasthan. We work a lot with block printing, we work a lot with gotapati. And I totally agree that if you don't continue to preserve those crafts, they are going to die, because these crafts have been passed on from a grandfather to his son and then further to his son. So I think it's extremely important first to identify the craft and then to support the craft in a sustainable manner, because you could do one project with one artisan, but if you don't have a sustainable plan in order, then you're actually not benefiting the craft as a community. So I think that's something that we consciously try to take a decision on. And yeah.
Super. I think crafts is the way. This is India should be proud of our crafts heritage. We have so much to offer to the world. The world is coming to us and looking for us at crafts. And I think it starts from legacies like yours. My last question to both of you. Gauravi, the world has recently witnessed you collaborate and associated with brands like Cartier, in which you shot for the cover, Ralph Lauren, and Anita Dongre recently. What prompted you to open your heritage story to these evolved brands?
I think all of the brands that you mentioned and all of the brands that we've associated with, I'm truly grateful to have been associated with these brands. mainly because I feel like the Indian fashion at the moment, there's so many synergies between Indian fashion and global fashion. And I think it's a true privilege actually to be a little part of this circulation, of this cultural quotient. I feel like what we are witnessing today, this kind of exchange of creative ideas, exchange of synergies when it comes to fashion, I think for me to be part of this, to be a little part, small part of this synergy and this like cultural quotient is extremely important, and I'm quite honored to have been a part of this. I think other than that, it's also all of the associations that we've done have had a cause to it. So I think fashion for a cause is again something that I'm personally passionate about. I feel like whether it was with Ralph Lauren or Anita Dongre or any other brands in the future, there's a part of me that always is looking for a cause and a deeper rooted meaning to that association. So I think that's what, and when you said what made me open the heritage spaces, like I mentioned earlier, Sawai Jai Singh actually built Jaipur for these spaces to be open for projects like this. So I think what we're trying to do is just carrying forward his vision and trying our best to make these spaces available for more creative projects.
I think the family is doing an amazing job, and I think, Radhika, you have also opened your palace to many cultural events, introduced many other cultural things. My last question to you are often seen and seem to be a lover of saris, Chanderi especially. How do you define your personal style beyond a sari?
Beyond a sari. Well, I think for me, I stand for culture and tradition. I think these are the values I grew up with. Very, very connected to my roots, and therefore anything that is passed down generation is something that I cherish more. And the story of the sari or the silhouette or how we conduct ourselves, how we greet the elders, how we receive guests, all that becomes so entrenched in our DNA. I think I'm a sum of all the passed down generations and the wisdom and learning from this country and my ancestors.
Amazing. Thank you, Gauravi. Thank you, Radhika, for sharing some very insightful stories from the past and the present. And we wish you both the best to carry the legacies forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are back in here, ladies and gentlemen, and now we have something very interesting coming back, right from royalty to the red carpet. That's how I'm going to put this session now. Luxury and red carpet, inseparable. What makes the red carpet so luxurious, and what are the stories and the secrets behind the red carpet? Nobody can tell them better than our guest for this conversation. I'm going to introduce her. Accomplished actor, celebrated fashion muse, mother and wife. Sonam Kapoor Ahuja is not just a red carpet scorcher, like we all call her, but someone who remains on point with her daily fashion look as well. Designer's dream come true, a photographer's delight. Welcome, Sonam, to Harper's Bazaar Luxury Experiences. Lovely to meet you.
Thank you for that very flattering description. Thank you. That's so sweet.
And I think it couldn't have been more appropriate. Sonam, pioneer of red carpet fashion, pioneer of kind of taking Bollywood into the fashion space, rather entrenching Bollywood into the fashion space so deeply. So we have a great chat together ahead.
Thank you.
Let me start with something very simple and get it out of the way, because that's what everybody wants to hear first. Accomplished actor, mother, wife, and a fashion muse. What role do you enjoy the most today?
I'm a Gemini, so I think all of them work together very well.
Super. But how's the journey been with Vayu? I mean, it's a new role. You've got a beautiful baby there.
Well, honestly, I've always wanted to have a family because I've seen my parents have such a beautiful married life, and I had a brilliant childhood. And I always felt that was the epitome of happiness and fulfillment. And I never found the one in the Indian film industry, and I found one in Delhi.
Welcome back home, like they say.
And and my husband is amazing, and he's a true partner. He's progressive, and he's kind, and he's supportive in every way. And he thinks I'm the happiest when I work. And so he's he's at home right now with my baby when I'm here. So having a child is obviously the most amazing thing, but it is even more amazing when you have a partner who is equally supportive and takes as much responsibility as a mom has to.
Yeah, and I think we all see it all the time between the three of you. Great going there. Sonam, you have changed the red carpet game for Bollywood. We're seeing all your looks there. What has been your biggest influence in this?
Well, I think it has to be my mom and my aunt. My mom was a fashion designer. In fact, Tarun's here. I saw Tarun somewhere. I don't know where he is. And they all started together. My mom had a great brand called Amaya. And Tarun, Abu Sandeep, Gudda, all of them started together with my mom, and she used to model before that. And my Masi as well was a model, and she was Miss India many, many years ago. But more than being in the fashion world, they were very much into Indian textiles, culture. They exposed us to art from a very, very young age. So it was just something that was there, inherently there, which we saw every day in life. So, yeah.
Of course, and we can see that. And, in fact, very interesting that you mentioned your mom was very deep into crafts, because we see you promote Indian designers and the craft and textiles a lot. Even if you're wearing a sharp Western silhouette.
This is Pratap. This is Rajesh Pratap.
We were just coming to that. Super.
He's one of my favorites. I think he's one of the genuine artists that we have.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And his cuts are amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So even when it's a sharp Western silhouette, there is an Indian designer who's doing it for you. And there's an Indian touch which you bring things. Why are you so partial to Indian crafts over, I mean, even in the red carpet, if you see at Cannes, we've
Well,
seen
if I'm
you-
wearing Dolce Gabbana, then I'm wearing an Amrapali necklace.
Necklace, yeah.
I always, I'm very India proud in a way where I feel like everything that we do in India is exported abroad and we don't get the recognition for it, and slowly and steadily we are. Almost everything, any couture house in the world makes all their garments in India. I mean, they get the embroidery of the garments. Almost 90% of the stones in the world, gems are cut in India. A lot of the jewelry and a lot of the gems are bought from here and used abroad internationally in the designs. A lot of the jewelry.
Yours an example of coming back
Yes,
here.
and I think that's amazing. I think that the recognition is coming here. But we have such a rich culture of craft and heritage that we have, and we have such brilliant designers like Anamika Khanna, Sabyasachi, Pratap, Tarun, Abu Sandeep. I think, they are as good as Alexander McQueen or a Galliano, who I consider some of the best designers internationally as well. So, they're at par. So I'd like to promote Indian designers and especially young ones who are starting out as well. I think, we have so much to offer to the world. So whenever I get a chance on an international red carpet or a platform where I know there are international dignitaries coming, I'll always wear an Indian designer.
Super. We've lately seen a lot of red carpet appearances by our stars the world over, whether it's Cannes, which of course was started by you, but the trend followed. I want to hear in your words, Sonam, what does a red carpet mean to an actor?
Usually it's for a film or for a brand, and you're representing yourself and your film or the brand that you endorse. And, that's it. But at the same time, you have an opportunity to dress up. And I'm a girl who loves dressing up. I love getting ready. I feel like, in that I'm very like Indian, where I like the, sola shringar that happens. Like I love the getting ready, combing my hair, putting makeup on, wearing the right perfume. I find it's magical and romantic, and there's something so beautiful about it. So I love doing that for the red carpet, and I love doing that for my daily life as well.
We can see that, like we said, even your daily fashion is right on point.
Thank you.
Sonam, you're a celebrated cultural ambassador to the West, and your global recognition in fashion essentially comes from associations and collaborations with brands like Dior or Burberry, and I think many more, and you've been gracing the front rows of all the fashion shows. Tell us a bit about India being there.
I'm so happy to see, Gaurav, who's here. I just saw him somewhere. And, other designers as such, getting international acclaim. Because like I said, we have that capacity. And it's so nice to see see us up there, because we deserve to be there. And I know we've always been a little, we have what we need in India, and it's nice to kind of travel and expose ourselves internationally as well. But I feel like the recognition we can get in India shouldn't be validated because the West is giving us that recognition and validation.
Great point, and I think that's exactly what we are overcoming now. I think we've come on our own, and the West is looking at us rather than us looking at them. Sonam, the fusion between films and fashion, nobody does it better than you. You have to tell us the secret behind that.
Well, there are two things in India which I think sell, and I think now 3 or 4, but the two things that do sell in India are cricket and film. And we have probably one of the largest film industries in the world, and I love fashion, but I really love film. That's my first love. I love acting. I love being in front of the camera. And I think all trends that start in films.
Absolutely.
And, films, any art is actually a reflection of what's going on in society. And sometimes once in a while, there is art that can actually affect change in a way. And whether it's political, social, or even fashion, right? Like when we think of Audrey Hepburn, we immediately think of like Givenchy, and that collaboration was beautiful and amazing. Yes. And so in the same way, like, I don't know if anybody knows, but Anamika did my clothes for Delhi 6. It was really, really simple and beautiful. There wasn't like the typical Anamika embroidery, but it was just simple kurtas and pajamas and things, because I was playing a girl from Chandni Chowk, who just wanted to be Indian Idol, a simple lower middle class girl. But Anamika gave that like little bit of tinge of fashion without it overwhelming the character. And only an artist and a designer, true costume designer, can do that. She also did my clothes for Prem Ratan Dhanpayo. And I don't know if anybody knows, but Anamika does a lot of my clothes in films as well. So I have that collaboration and love with Anamika. And I know everybody knows her as this amazing fashion designer, but she's my friend and my collaborator when it comes to my films.
I'm coming back to your sister Ria.
Yeah.
I think this is, touch wood, one of the most undisputed sibling bonding. And she's also your stylist on many occasions.
So my sister's first a film producer who runs my father's company. And she's made such brilliant films like Aisha, Veer the Wedding, and now Crew that's coming out. Thank you for coming as well. And she's my brilliant stylist who styles me.
That's right.
It's really simple. My sister growing up loved Barbie dolls and she loved dressing them up. And I just happened to be, I think when she grew up, I was just a doll. I was just another doll that she could dress up. And she does it just for me and then one or two friends as a hobby. Yeah.
And do your sensibilities match a lot, or do you have different?
She is a little more. I'm a little more modest in the way I dress. I've always been. She likes a little more sexier, so she kind of pushes me to be a little more oomphy. I like to be covered from head to toe. It's just the way I like to dress, not because of any reason. I'm just a mod. I love to wear Indian saris and clothes. So usually when I'm wearing Indian clothes, I dress myself. But yeah, she's the one who gives me a little extra sexiness, oomphiness.
Let's say that. So, of course, we've seen your style of scent. You say that you like it a little more subdued, while she likes to up the glam.
No,
portion.
I like it more modest. So I like to be a little more covered up. I'm always been like that.
So would you do one of those outlandish Met Gala looks also?
I think I've done those on the Indian red carpet. And that, I don't mind because I love playing characters and I feel like fashion sometimes becomes an armor for me. And I think for most women, fashion is an armor. It makes us feel stronger. And we feel powerful in our heels and in our clothes and stuff, especially in such a patriarchal society like India.
It's important to
we use our fashion and beauty as a weapon.
And I think it's working very well today.
Yeah.
Sonam, there have been many disasters on the red carpet world over on Cannes. I mean, we've seen many stars go wrong, but you have always got it right. Tell us about the team behind it.
I don't think there have been disasters. I think everybody looks beautiful. We have beautiful actors in our. I just feel like it's important to be yourself and not try to please anybody except for yourself. As soon as you are comfortable in your own skin and are only trying to be yourself, then nobody can tell you whether you're doing something wrong or right. I think it's just you just have to be comfortable.
Great. Yeah. So for all those who are attempting a red carpet look or a walk, tell us what goes behind it. What is the team like? We said, how many months and days and hours of endless work goes into that one perfect 5-minute walk?
Behind one is an Elie Saab couture.
Okay, you can pick up any one of them.
So that's one of the first Alta Moda dresses that it's hand painted actually. That's Dolce & Gabbana. And it was one of their first Alta Moda. It was like, I don't even know how many years ago. And that took around 6 months from conception to making. That's Vera Wang Bridal. That's Elie Saab couture. These were all, that's Ralph Russo couture. That's Tamara's outfit. That's again Tamara. I don't know. So it takes time. It's couture from the measurements to everything that I'm wearing. The first outfit that I wore on a red carpet, the first designer to ever dress me was Jean-Paul Gaultier. He was the kindest. He's been the kindest to me in terms of like, nobody knew who I was. I was 21 years old and I was going to Cannes. And, we emailed everybody and he's the one who replied. And he took out an archival dress and gave it to me. And that was basically a week before I went on the red carpet.
Well, that's a moment to relish and cherish for the rest of your life.
Thank you.
For all those out there, Sonam has been in UK's 40 best dressed. She's been on every list in India's best dress, known internationally, chased by paparazzi for her looks, so much more coming away. Sonam, who do you consider, who is your, we've spoken about the inspiration, who do you, name us 3 best dressed stars world over that you think always get it right?
I like Diane Keaton. I think she's amazing. I love, who else? I love Coco Chanel. Since we had the royal family here, I think I would say Maharani Gayatri Devi's mother, Cooch Behar, Princess of Cooch Behar. I think she was highly fashionable and, I thought she was beautiful. And obviously Maharani Gayatri Devi is amazing. And I would say Nutan with her saris was beautifully dressed. And I would say my mom and my aunt are incredibly fashionable. Like I knew about Issey Miyake and Comme des Garçons and what these Japanese designers were when I was like 8 or 9 years old because of my mom. And, Hunya Watanabe and all these designers. And at the same time, she would explain to me what kalamkari was or what bandhani was or what mukesh was or what, badla, the difference between all these crafts was explained to me by my mother.
Do you still go to her for your fashion advice?
Yes.
All the time.
Yes, in fact, I just wore one of her vintage saris for a friend's wedding and it was like a really, really old sari of hers, which is a Gujarati bandhani sari, which she bought like 35 years ago with a real zari border. And I wore her sari and, and it was like, it went viral and it was like one of her old saris. I had nothing else to wear. So I just took that out. The first thing she told me was, I can't believe that blouse fits you. I was like...
It's a compliment to her.
I know. She's 5'3", actually. I'm 5'10". So when I'm a little over 5'10", actually. I like to say I'm 5'10". But when she and I are walking together, besides the fact that we have a similar face, it's very hard to tell we're mother and daughter.
Your father and brother are also very stylish men.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have a role to play in your fashion?
I think I have a role to play in their fashion journey.
That's a good one. Are they going to be happy hearing that?
Yes, I think so.
So do you and Ria scramble to dress them up between both of you?
So Harsh is very Gen Z in the way he dresses.
He's a sneaker man.
So is my husband, right? Yes. Like he loves sneakers so much, he created a business out of it. But my brother loves he likes Amiri and he likes all the cool new brands. Like he loves YSL. He's very Bombay in the way he dresses and ripped jeans. It's very Bombay, LA. Cool. That vibe with ripped shirts and, denims and boots and, like surfer stuff.
So that's absolutely contrary to what you are.
Absolutely.
You're very proper. You're very proper. Great. So, tell us, you've been, like I said earlier, you've been associated with many luxury brands. Name 3 of your favorites? International, and we'll come back.
You want me to name international brands? Well, I would say Dior. I mean, in terms of, I love Dior. I think they're a brilliant brand. I love Chanel. And I love Phoebe Philo. I think she's one of my favorite designers. In fact, I have all her old Celine things, and I've bought all the new, all her new things that she has. I like the Row.
Hope she knows about it.
I'm sure. And then I love the Row. I love Galliano. He's one of my favorite designers. And I love McQueen. I love Sarah Burton. I loved Alexander. I love Lee McQueen. There are so many cool designers in the UK that, I've had a chance to interact with who I think are brilliant. Like Roxanda and Erdem and Emilia Wickstead. I think they all are beautiful. These are the young designers that are there in the UK. Simone Rocha, who did a brilliant collab with Jean-Paul Gaultier right now. So there are such amazing designers. Right now, what Schiaparelli is doing is amazing. They're working with an American designer. I think it's great.
He's gone viral after the Met Gala. No?
Yeah, I think it's so brilliant. There are such brilliant designers everywhere.
Great. And coming back to India, there's a long list.
Well, I do. I mean, obviously, they're my friends, and I love Anamika Khanna. I think she's a genius. I love Abujani Sandeep Khosla. They're like my godfathers, and I think they're the best couture designers in the country. I love Sabyasachi. I love Pratap. I love, these are the designers I like wearing, and yeah.
Cool. So I'm just going to do a quick 4-question rapid fire.
Okay, I hate rapid fire.
It's not a coffee with Karan one, so take it easy.
Okay.
Your go-to luxury product. What is that one thing you must have in luxury?
I think it's just a beautiful silk sari.
Super.
Yeah.
And your favorite heirloom piece?
My favorite, it's my nani gave me her wedding jewelry as my, just as a gift before she passed away. Like I inherited her wedding jewelry. And I wore her pearls on my wedding day. I was very close to my mom's mom, my grandmother, yeah.
One thing you have to get it right to make a fashion statement.
You have to be comfortable and you have to just be yourself.
Great. Your deepest fashion secret, what makes you perfect all the time?
I'm always, I don't care about what other people think. I only care about what I think about myself.
Amazing. And because we have all our friends from fashion here, Tarun's right there, Gaurav's there, we have all of fashion. Just which everybody wants to know, what's your take on Indian fashion going global and already gone global in such a big way?
I think we have amazing scope to kind of, push ourselves forward.
And a great repertoire.
Yeah, and I think we have that. What we need is kind of the right support system in terms of influx of money, and it's very expensive, to put up shows abroad, and you kind of need the right investment. So if the right people invest in the right brands and kind of encourage them in the right way, then I think...
Thank you so much. I think we are all already fashioned out, thanks to you. And
thank you so much.
You've already revolutionized fashion from Bollywood. Carry on the flag, and we are going to see you on many more red carpets now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Sonam.
you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
It was a pleasure having you here.
because we are going to be discussing all things that Harper's Bazaar stands for, which is Indian fashion. I would like to call on stage the session moderator to talk about Indian fashion and craftsmanship, our editor, Rasna Bhasin, to introduce the speakers. Come on, I want a big round of applause for our editor.
Stop. Firstly, thank you all for being here. It's been a long day, but I'm glad we're still strong in numbers and all of you are still here. I don't think these two gentlemen need any sort of introduction, so I'm just going to call two men who actually define Indian fashion for us, Mr. Tarun Tahiliani and Gaurav Gupta.
It's all one piece. This is all like one shoe. Wow.
Amazing.
Can we have everybody seated, please? I'm watching you, Kim.
Can we start? I think the first question I really wanted to ask was that Indian fashion is finally getting its due on the global stage. Do you think our presence across global fashion weeks have played a pivotal role in this?
Well, of course, thanks to people like Gaurav and Rahul Mishra who show abroad, there is always going to be a kind of interest and exposure that wouldn't have come. But Indian fashion's also been going abroad because of what India is at the moment. Indian diaspora is so, powerful in the UK, in America, that they're taking it to another level. And there's much more travel between the two countries. Now everyone knows everything about India, which wasn't the case before. So I think that Bollywood, everything contributes.
And guys, can there be less noise at the back, please? Hello?
Oh, he's stomping off in those
Hello?
boots.
Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Hi. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Rasna, for having us here. And thank you, Harper's Bazaar, for putting such a beautiful event together. Yes, the global, I think it was high time that Indian fashion was having a global moment. And, well, people like Rahul Mishra and I have been very fortunate to be invited to one of the most prestigious platforms in the world, which is Paris Haute Couture Week. And today, the world is becoming more and more accepting of different cultures. Today is the time when we have African designers, Indian, Taiwanese, Chinese, all kinds of designers showcasing at global fashion week platforms. So it actually is becoming quite egalitarian in that sense of cultural representation, which is an interesting moment globally. And India is really having a global moment in multiple ways. It's like with Priyanka Chopra being in Hollywood, it's with Indian actors in OTT platforms like Bridgerton, it is with designers like us, it's with Tarun, who's paved the way for us in so many years and has done, we have actually gone, all of us have gone to exhibitions like Tranoy, to so many things we have tried to do, but this is the right momentum where there are designers showcasing at Milan Fashion Week, London Fashion Week, and there are Indian designers or British Indian designers who are showcasing in London, etc. So there is an India moment happening right now for sure.
100%. And what I feel is that artisans are truly getting the recognition they deserve. And as somebody who champions artisans, what do you feel today about that?
Well, it's like saying the people who make the Louis Vuitton bags, do they get their due? No, they don't. But it's the brand that takes them out, and it's as important as the brand decides to put forward. But I think that people have understood that great quality can come from India. It's not hidden. And I think Dior was instrumental when they brought the Chanakya school forward and took people in and the press that came. And you suddenly saw embroidery with people in lab coats, not in some dirty sweatshop, as most embroidery, workshops are, doing work in the way that Lesage would have their embroiderers in Paris. And I think that psychologically just changed the whole game, even for the Indian craftsmen, even if they're not sitting in that workshop, to value what they are doing. And that's, to me, a huge difference, because then they will work differently and they will demand differently. And of course, we are all based on crafts, so.
Exactly.
You know, on that point, I would really compliment people like Tarun on setting industry standards in the country, which is standards for fair wages, standards for industry practices of growing an industry. I look up to Tarun as an example, and that's why we at Gaurav Gupta have managed to build a culture where we are respecting the artisan as well. And that we are very proud. And we become examples for the industry then to follow. And that the artisan today is empowered with getting fair employment, fair wages, and there is a reverse migration that we talk about as well, because we are able to actually give them doing embroideries in their villages where they're able to set units. So there's a lot of cultural development that's happening because of artisanal empowerment.
No, that's something I was going to come back on because I've had the pleasure of visiting both your workshops, and that's something that I've seen is that artisans get a lot of respect there. Like I sat with TT and he always says that my artisans are the people who need to shine. And that's what you always make do. And the same thing for Gaurav, like we went recently to your atelier and we saw the same thing, the kind of respect, the kind of space you provide, the infrastructure you're providing, like you guys said before, it's not a sweatshop anymore.
No, not at all. I also think that, you know, new things have come in which have made this global movement possible. We never came from a tailoring tradition. We came from a drape tradition. Everything was draped. Now everything's tailored, but we had 20, 30 years to learn it. And people like you have taken it to another level with the draping. So it's a new kind of craftsmanship that's been developed that's not traditional, that marries construction, beautiful workmanship, ruching, handwork, and frankly, it's because of the wages in India that we can afford to do it. I mean, it's also an economic thing, but it's a necessity because with 1.4 billion people, you can't have people sitting in BPOs. They must do something they love and feel excited about going to work for and stay within their culture, I think.
The Savoy Fair, as they say in France, is developing in multiple ways. And it's true now that in India, people, 15 years back when I would actually deal with or see a customer or a bride, or 10 years back, everybody would be like, what is the embroidery? And it was just about how much work is there in your garment, which is about how much embroidery is there. But today they understand silhouette, or they understand sculpting or tailoring and the craftsmanship of many different kinds, and that is developing now.
And they understand that they can't walk in 30 kilos of embroidery.
Exactly.
You give it to them.
That's true. I think it's a cultural revolution happening right now.
My next question would be, could you highlight a memorable experience that you've had while collaborating with a skilled artisan or craftsman that significantly impacted your work or influenced it?
There's no one incident. I went back to Benares after the pandemic, and we worked with some of these people since, I'd say, 87, 88. And they lived in these tiny little houses, in these dirty gullies, and everything was farmed out. Now there is power loom. They've embraced some technology, but it also allows them to do much more than they did before. And I think the biggest thing that affects me is to see how they live today, how their children's weddings are celebrated, how their sons can speak English and text me on my WhatsApp and send me an image and say, is this the right color? This didn't exist. We've gone in one generation from really kind of bleak working conditions, post-socialism, to dynamic young cultures where they're proud and they want to sustain, but they use technology and they have expectations. I think that for me is the most, significant thing that I see across the board.
Anything from you, Gaurav, on this?
Well, I would agree. The thing is, I have seen, for me, recently when you came and we had hosted the president of Comité Colbert at our atelier, when I was going around the atelier and it was an emotional experience for me. I know I sound like one of those people, but it's like I went and when I'm meeting some of those embroiders or tailors who have been with us for 17 years and have grown and stuck to the craft, and they are obsessed and in love with that craft.
And master it.
And they themselves become, master craftsmen of that particular craft at Gaurav Gupta. For them, and then when they're seeing that on a celebrity like Beyonce or Deepika, they are part of the story. And that, for me, is a very empowering thing. Tarun and I are sitting like, you're ready.
So I have this question now that we're talking about celebrity dressing. Gaurav, you have dressed celebrities like Beyonce, Cardi B, Kylie Minogue, while Tarun, you've designed for Lady Gaga, Oprah Winfrey, Paris Hilton. How do you stay connected to the rich heritage of Indian textiles and techniques while constantly innovating for global names?
I'm not innovating for global names. I do what I do, and if the global name decides to wear it, that's great. I do what I do, but what's changing today is that, let's say 25 years back, everybody here would be in shalwar kameez. Now everyone's wearing tailored Western clothes. And so because of this tailoring, what we're doing is much more contemporary, even though we're using Indian crafts. So if I do a concept sari, Lady Gaga can slip into Delhi and zip it up and put it on. She couldn't do it with the sari. So what we're designing is much more aligned to a global citizen today that's going out of their comfort zone or exactly what they do to being global citizens. I think that's what it means, that, you know, cultures are transmitting and transmuting. And so people themselves want to be different and unique and experimental, which is where designers come in and they choose things. That's the way I look at it. You know, I'm clear, I'm designing for the Indian market as I understood it. When I showed in Milan, 20 years back, we were ahead of our time. I had no idea what to do for that market in winter. Everyone there wanted the neckline till here, and every Indian still wanted the neckline till here. So we didn't, and the Japanese wanted something else, and we were too small. So I made my peace with this. We want to be contemporary, but global Indian designers.
When I came back to India from St. Martin's about 20 years back, people thought I was an alien. So I was never like, you know, like the kind of clothes, maybe they still think.
I mean, my God, I love seeing his alien look. So I was an alien, okay.
So the thing is, I don't, you know, a lot of times I say, I'm not necessarily Indian, but I happen to be from India. But I look at India as a beautiful place, a beautiful tribe which has amazing craftsmanship. And I don't necessarily have to showcase that to the world in a very Indian obvious way. And that's what has been like, you know, it kind of irritates me when people come to India and are Indophiles, like let's go to Taj Mahal, or it's all about elephants and camels, etc., etc. Whereas, you know, the thing is, if you see any of these garments, it's been done by Indian craftsmen, and there is a dozy technique, but if it's done in different material, that is still Indian craftsmanship. It doesn't have to look Indian in your face.
I find a lot of your draping inspired by the sari.
Exactly.
It's
but
super
that doesn't
contemporary,
exactly.
that takes from something that you're unconsciously grown up with.
Exactly. And it doesn't have to be as obvious.
No, not at all.
So I feel like this is where new cultures in the world are created. Like India, as a definition as India, cannot remain the same as it was 50 years back or 30 years back. Today, there's a new global India and a new global person. Everybody sitting here, a lot of people here, are quite global and not necessarily Indian or British.
My next question is, you both are known to champion diversity in fashion, both in terms of representation on the runway and incorporation of diverse cultural elements in your design. Is it a conscious choice that you make, and how do you go about it?
We were born like this.
I think we're Indians, we've been brought up in English, we've traveled the world, I've studied in the US. Of course I'm impacted by everything I see and do. I'm always in museums, whether in Africa or, I mean, there's a whole world, and you seep it in, and then it viscerally comes out at different times. If I go to the Kumbh Mela, I'm going to see draping. And that's the fun of it, because, hey, my most important thing is that I have to get up early morning and go to work and have fun doing what I do. Then it all flows.
So, you know, when we actually started having curvy girls in our shows, or having trans representation, or people from different parts of LGBT community in our shows and our films, etc., it was quite a natural process. We were one of the first ones to have a couture film having real life gay couples or lesbian couples or non-binary people in our clothes and in our shows. But I feel like it's something which comes very naturally to me, and we have even, in fact, because I have grown up as a gay person in India, and I know what I have gone through as a struggle for that. So that's something that I have empathy towards lesser represented people in the society. And when we say that these people are talked about enough and it's become a fad, I still feel it needs to be talked about so much more, that it is not a fad anymore. It's still, the fad needs to go on.
Now that we're talking about luxury, the biggest thing in luxury comes the weddings, and you both are known to design for the quintessential Indian bride. How do you think the brides have evolved from the time you started to now?
Well, when we started, they didn't really have a point of view mostly. Their mothers and grandmothers did most of the decision making. Now mothers and grandmothers have a point of view. They're told to shut up, mummy. And just, they know what they want. They come with their Instagram. They're in micro mini shorts, cut off. Even the granny is still in a kota doria wrapped around very traditionally, and nobody has a say. They want to dance all night. They know it doesn't matter if it's 3 degrees outside because they plan to have 10 tequila shots. It's a different world. These girls have arrived. The boys want to have fun. The Indian wedding is the most hysterical, non-stop party. I mean, it's exhausting. Many people are ill at the end of a wedding. I mean, with good reason. It wasn't like this before. So, they're global. They want to do what they want to do. There are multiple different expressions. They take it a little too seriously and a bit of hyped up, but, it makes designing and dressing people much more fun, much more experimental.
It definitely has become extremely fun. Today there are theme parties like surreal theme parties or parties where people are just hanging from ceilings, and there's lots of different kind of parties happening everywhere in the world. There could be a Rome theme party in Jaipur, or there's Beyonce coming or Rihanna coming to perform in Indian weddings. So Indian weddings is one of the most extravagant celebrations in the world, I would say. The kind of planning and the kind of partying that goes into it. And today the wedding industry is completely evolved in the sense it's a new culture altogether. When I started about 15 years ago in this wedding industry, people did not wear a gown. And today they have to wear a conceptual state. Every bride is fighting, can I get the latest Gaurav Gupta statement gown? And she wants to updo the other bride. Or the grooms are wearing these embroidered tuxes and not afraid to celebrate themselves. So it's a new culture altogether.
No, like you said, now it's not just about the amount of embroidery on the garment, and like you've always said that I want my bride to be partying in my outfit till 3 a.m.
Not go up at 10 o'clock
Well, they
and change
are.
because she can't
There's
walk.
no choice. They are partying till 6 a.m.
Yeah, but they don't change, right? That's something that I've learned with TT, that he always says, I don't want my brides to ever change. They should be in that lehenga till the wee hours of the morning. And that's something I've seen with your brides also. It's something that the weight of the embroidery doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, and sometimes actually we make garments which we a lot of times I give gowns to brides, which is an embroidered gown inside a column, and then she has a big bustle which she's able to take off later on and just dance the night away. And there are these innovative solutions that coming out of the need of the customer, it's a couture customer, and that's her lifestyle. So we are working around it.
And now that we have all gone to the digital age, you both are very active on Instagram through the pages. I know you secretly see it sometimes. And how has social media affected the way you connect with your audience, market your collections, and express your vision? I know you have a very strong brand strategy also to it.
Well, I'm blessed with a very beautiful team. And also, yes, the brand is, truly becoming global, where we have people from all over the world following the brand, all kind of stars, all kind of celebrities, culturalists, interacting with the brand on social media. And that today really makes a brand culture globally, because then you feel like somebody from France or Australia or somebody is, big in Hollywood, or a musician is commenting on something that Paris Hilton is wearing or Beyonce is wearing or a bride is wearing on my Instagram. That's where newer dialogues are happening as well. So today it is actually, everybody in the room knows that 95 or 99% of all brand communication is happening on social media. It is the strongest tool of marketing. Of course, there can be a lot of different strategies that can go behind it, which is celebrity dressing or cultural movements or showcases, or, there can be different kinds of storytelling, but the end communication is happening through social media.
And now that we're in the age of mindful luxury, I have a question for you, Gaurav. How do you think the young designers are incorporating sustainable practices into their work? And then I have one for you.
Okay. I think sustainability is something which needs to be looked into a lot more. I think we are still just barely touching the surface of it. for me as a brand, what we did was we are getting all our packaging from recycled ocean plastic and landfill plastic. We're literally taking PET plastic and making jacket covers out of that. And we made sure at least our packaging is all upcycled, not even recycled, it's upcycled, so that it's some sustainable practices. Again, that's where people like Tarun and I become examples, because my numbers are in thousands, they're not in millions. We want, in fact, I've actually had talks with certain industrialists to talk to them about that. How can we actually create more PET plastic packaging across industries or in the larger fashion industry as such? So I think there needs to be a lot more happening. And it's not just, we keep talking about young designers. The young designers numbers are like 100 units. We need to talk about larger industry at large here. What will get affected is like where the high street starts actually happening, taking sustainable practices seriously.
Yeah. And Tarun, for you, I wanted to ask you, how do you view the growing emphasis on fashion that actually cares for the environment?
Say that again?
Growing emphasis on fashion that cares for the environment.
Well, look, obviously, as Gaurav said, it's the need of the hour. We know what's happening globally, but
we're all going to die soon.
A lot of lip service on things. My part in India, actually, when they talk about, being sustainable or organic, everything we did was organic till 30 years back. I'm not sure why we jumped off onto this industrial plastic, wannabe Western mode. You just reverse it. You use natural fabrics, you work by hand, you do more, there's no pollution out of that. It's good for a whole different thing. It's great to take things that we can upcycle. I've looked at fabrics made out of poly bricks and all, but I can't use them. I don't think they feel nice.
That's what the challenge is. In India, we have the money and the infrastructure. We just don't have the want to actually develop the industry as much. I have to sometimes
but
import
there's so much
those.
in India that was still organic. If we just go backwards and recognize it and use it.
I know for sure, but I mean to say when I want to do the upcycle thing, I have to import it, which kind of defeats the purpose. So I'm saying there needs to be a lot more alignment in sustainability, which is needed at an industry level.
Well, I think everything we do has an impact. Because of the Houthi rebels, the ships are now going south around the Cape of Good Horn, and the books take 3 months. Simple little things have an impact. Everything we do has an impact. So actually, somewhere in our thinking, even as we grow globally, we have to go back to small is beautiful and adopt those techniques, and I think that makes a big difference in the long run.
I'm being told to cut off, but I have one last question for both of you. If you both had to collaborate with each other for a collection, what would it be called and how would you both imagine it?
Wow, it would take draping to the next level. It might be a great idea. Let's see, we might do it.
The drape galore.
Yeah.
I don't know what would it be, yeah.
Any idea on who would your ideal muse be for this collection if you both had to pick one?
Well, I'd let him choose.
I don't have a muse. I don't have ultimates and favorites.
They're multiple.
Yeah, they're multimates.
I think with both of us, we'd stand with the fabric and something would happen there.
We are a fabric that will wrap around everybody.
Yeah. We'd start wrapping and see.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Thank
thank
you.
you for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Bhasin, Mr. Tahiliani, and Mr. Gupta. Before we take a high tea break, I'd like to thank our sponsors and partners, DLF Emporio, American Express, Mercedes-Benz, Silver Arrows, 7, The Singleton Social, Nicobar, Diageo, Moët & Chandon, Platinum by Ivara. Back to the first edition of LuXperiences presented by DLF Emporio and Harper's Bazaar India, co-sponsored by American Express. This is Sonal Ved. I'm the group digital editor for Harper's Bazaar, and I am so excited to have you guys here today. Let's gear up for an exciting evening of meaningful conversation, performances and a gala dinner. But let's not forget to thank our sponsors and partners who made all this possible. Mercedes-Benz Silver Arrow 7, the Singleton Social, Nicobar, Diageo, Moët & Chandon, Platinum by Ivara. Now I'd like to call upon stage Ms. Savitri Singh of DLF for the opening remarks. May I please request silence at the back? May I please request silence at the back? At the cost of sounding like a school teacher, please, may I please have silence at the back?
A very good evening to all of our wonderful speakers and friends. Today is the inaugural edition of LuXperiences, created by the talented team at Harper's Bazaar under the able leadership of Kali, Rasna, Sakshi, Sonal, Vinod and Ruchika. We at DLF Emporio are proud to partner with Harper's Bazaar on this timely dialogue on luxury in India. Indians have had a long history with an appreciation for luxury. Our Maharajas were great patrons of the arts, textiles and jewelry. The Indian luxury consumer today is knowledgeable, discerning and appreciative of design and craftsmanship. Globally, luxury boomed through the pandemic. India was no different. We saw double-digit annual compounded growth in sales. Almost all of our tenant partners recorded their highest ever sales year after year in these past 4 years. Travel restrictions throughout the pandemic meant that shoppers couldn't travel abroad for their luxury purchases. Our international tenant partners responded to this by bringing their latest collections to India and expanding their range and offering to the Indian luxury consumer. Our Indian luxury brands also upped the ante and offered consumers an enhanced in-store experience. Brands like Gaurav Gupta, Rahul Mishra, and Sabyasachi expanded Indian luxury abroad. DLF Emporio, launched in August 2008, was the first and remains the largest luxury mall in India. We've always endeavored to be at the forefront of luxury and would like to thank our tenant partners for supporting us in this journey. We are very confident that luxury is now ready for the next big leap in India, and we welcome new Indian and international luxury brands. We are expanding DLF Emporio here in Vasant Kunj and across other cities in India. We look forward to some exciting times ahead. Without further ado, let us carry forward the momentum of this wonderful day. Thank you. I'd like to hand it over to Kali and...
Thank you so much. Our only session for the evening is the discussion on the road ahead for India's fashion industry. For this, I would request Ms. Kali Puri, Vice Chairperson and Executive Editor-in-Chief, India Today Group, to come on stage and introduce the speaker. But before that, I have something to show you all. Can we please play?
Good evening. I have the great honor of introducing my favorite recluse in the world, the unbelievable and unstoppable Sabyasachi. I would count as one of my treasured luxuries that he is a good friend of mine and also my tailor. Now, if all of you out there thinking he may be offended by this, I would like to tell you he's pleased as a punch that I called him a tailor. And to find out about this and other things related to Sabya, may I please welcome Sabya to our inaugural DLF Harper's Bazaar LuXperience.
Thank you and good evening. And Taylor's just fine because I don't particularly enjoy being called a designer. So Taylor's good enough.
So we're playing a game today. I'm going to say some of Sabya's favorite quotes on luxury, and he's going to elaborate what he meant by them. Ready, set, go.
Don't put me in trouble.
What else is my job? I'm media. Luxury has been part of our ecosystem. Shame on all of us if we don't occupy a position of power in the luxury industry.
You know, I just finished doing a show with the Oberoi at Udaipur. And it was the Concourse, which is basically a celebration of vintage cars from all across the country. And I was looking at all the bespoke Bentleys and Rolls Royces and Chevrolets and Studebakers. Some of them had, cognac bottles and refrigerators, pull-out beds and upholstered with the finest of brocades, leather. And I look at us today and I'm like, where has all this gone? If you look at India and if you look at Indian civilization and if you just look at our past, you'll realize that everybody in this country, rich or poor, have always had some experience, either directly or vicariously, about luxury. Even the poorest of the poor in this country, dress up their homes with rangoli, wear flowers in their hair, would wear artificial jewelry, a little bit of bindi. The spirit of craft and decoration runs so strong in this country that I always want to tell the West that, never ever make the mistake of teaching India luxury. Because the understanding of luxury in this country is so organically rooted and it is so generational that today when the world actually moves on to what I called rarefied luxury or luxury that is born out of craft, not out of brands, India is going to score very big. And that's already happening because I think if you look at the statistics of India, if you look at how proud Indians even are becoming about everything that's homegrown, I think it's coming full circle. A lot of luxury started in India and while everything in life is cyclical, it's going to come back here again.
Can I please ask the backbenchers, can you give us the luxury of your attention, please? Thank you. Luxury needs to be born from a point of arrogance.
When I look at luxury, commercial luxury brands, one of the most strongest impetus for a person to buy luxury stems from a lack of confidence. And one of the reasons why you don't buy product from a luxury brand. What you buy is an ethos. You buy things that you're inherently looking for within yourself. So luxury really needs to be born from a point of confidence or arrogance, not subjugation, because what happens and nothing is more powerful than confidence. One of the reasons why, when I look at some of the biggest luxury brands in the world, whether it's Hermes, whether it's Chanel, what they have been able to do, they've been able to hold on to their innate confidence about how they build their brands, which is one of the reasons why people from all over the world go back to them. You will be surprised that the world is full of beautiful people, but the world is also full of very underconfident people. I think when your brand radiates confidence, and confidence has to come from a point of being rooted in who you are, then everybody wants to be a part of the brand.
Luxury is always measured by some sort of distance. And since I'm sitting very close to you, I think I'm doing pretty well today.
When you're in a very crowded room, what is luxury is you wish that you were with fewer people. Luxury is always about crafting distance between you and people. And I think earlier, at one point of time, that distance was measured by money. But right now, the world is becoming more and more democratic about money. A lot of people have money. So when people have a lot of money, how do you define luxury? I think luxury is defined by things that are much more rarefied. So I think luxury today is measured by, let's say, cultural confidence, by craft, by things which are far more intangible than they used to be, because everybody is trying to define luxury in their own way, and which is one of the reasons why I've always said that the more distance you create, the more luxurious you are as a brand, because the distance does not have to be measured by money, it has to be measured by intangibles.
Are you just justifying being a recluse?
No, not really.
I'm teasing you.
I'm a recluse, my brand isn't, thankfully.
Luxury is having fursat. Explain fursat.
I would rather probably change that statement to luxury is created by fursat. Fursat for a lot of you people means time to yourself. I think, I don't know, I don't remember, but there was a poem called Leisure. I don't know if it was Longfellow, which says, what is this life if full of care if you do not have time to stand and stare?
Yes.
And, when I go to Rajasthan, for instance, or when I go to Banaras to revive saris, I don't go and speak to the current generation. I speak to the generation before, the fathers or even the grandfathers, and I tell them that get me your designs and your khakas. And when I look at them, there is a certain amount of wonderment in those designs, and I realize that they have been created because people didn't have so much information at that point of time, and secondly, people had a lot of time in their hand. So people created things with the luxury of time. Time is so important because I have a very simple philosophy of building a luxury business, or any business for that matter. A business that takes time to build takes even longer time to destroy. So if you build something with the right foundation, then it will last a lifetime.
Luxury is being stylish versus being fashionable.
The biggest luxury that you can afford is to be yourself.
Yeah.
When you don't have to listen to anybody, you don't have to listen to the world, you can tuck in that extra sandwich, wear clothes that are 20 years old and still feel beautiful in them. Don't have to worry about hair and makeup. Don't have to worry about your neighbors. Don't have to worry about your partner's opinion. But just be happy about who you are. And a woman who finds or discovers comfort and confidence in who she is morphs into somebody who's stylish. Fashion is more of a cultural phenomena or a social phenomena. Style is about a personal phenomena. And and one of the reasons why style becomes fashion and fashion never becomes style is because you take inspiration from a person who really is exemplary because of the person. And all of them, every person that I've met in my life, or every person that I've admired, whether it's Rekha, whether it's Frida Kahlo, whether it's Madonna, they have all invented who they are, and they have never been dictated by fashion, and fashion was created because of them. That's why I always say that, style is the genesis of fashion, not the other way around.
Do you think Taylor Swift is the new Madonna? That's not part of the game, but it just came to me.
I don't think so. I admire Taylor Swift. I belong to Madonna's generation. The reason I admire Madonna is that, and I'll say the truth, Taylor is a far more talented musician than Madonna ever will be. But what Madonna did was learned to package herself. I admire people who have the ability to build something out of nothing. For me, Madonna is an incredible case study in how you create business by being a great marketing genius. And I consider Madonna to be an icon only because of the fact that she had very little, yet she achieved so much.
Luxury is not about money, it's about finding value.
Luxury has always been about value. And you see, the thing with money is that it's just statistics. It comes and goes, it keeps growing. You can't really base luxury on money, because luxury, if the essence of luxury has to be timeless, and if you measure luxury with money, your money will keep changing. So what will happen with luxury is the fact that it'll keep on losing its definition or its meaning as your life starts evolving. And I think for me, anything that is value bound and not money bound is something that becomes eternal, and that is true luxury.
Luxury is being an Indian consumer, as they are perhaps the most spoilt in the world. I'm sure Savitri knows that as well. Tell us about this Indian consumer.
The Indian consumer actually has so much luxury in their disposal. You have tailors in your backyard, you have embroiderers in your neighborhood. You can create anything at will. When I have friends visiting me from Bergdorf Goodman, I take them to these small local ateliers in Calcutta. I remember Barkat Ali, and I made Linda Fargo a suit overnight. And she was just flabbergasted that how could you make a suit overnight and made to measure? And I said, Linda, that's India. Everybody does that. When I had no money, I still used to go with a sketch to my local tailor, and for a princely sum of 16 or 17 rupees, I could get a shirt made back in 1982-83. And I think when you have that kind of access to craft, when you have that kind of access to workmanship, you'll always demand the best in the world. And the Indian customer can just drive you batty. Even today, the customer will come and say, can I have that border of that blouse put on that border of that lehenga? Can you change this dupatta to that color? Because this is what they've done all their lives. And I keep saying, good luck with doing that in Chanel and Hermes. But I enjoy that about them, because I think, what I like about the Indian consumer in luxury is that they're extremely opinionated, and their opinion comes from life experiences because they've seen so much around. I think it's a very good thing. The most difficult customer in the world to crack. You've cracked them, you've cracked everybody.
So talking of princely sums, you sold your first piece of handmade jewelry for 110 rupees. Phew, I don't know who got those pieces of jewelry. Can you imagine the value today?
My neighbor's doctor.
And she has it. She's kept it.
She does.
She's waiting for an auction.
If it goes live, she knows. Her name is Nandini. And she predicted many years ago that I would eventually sell jewelry at Bergdorf Goodman. I did not even know what Bergdorf Goodman was. I'd never heard of the name.
She's like a clairvoyant.
I think so. I still laugh and joke. I just did training at Bergdorf Goodman, and I was telling all the staff that this is the evolution of the Sabyasachi jewelry.
So your capsule at Bergdorf has had a very good response. But in this world of lab-grown diamonds, what's the space for luxury jewelry? Is it still a good investment?
Anything that is rarefied is going to start increasing in value. And I keep telling people that for the longest time, we have put value on gemstones. But the most important value is actually craftsmanship because it's created by human hand, and craftsmanship all over the world is dying because of digital aid. I mean, today, I remember when we were having this conference at one point of time, writers in LA were protesting about AI. And there are so many journalists here, you know that a lot of your lives will get impacted by the invasion of AI. And I think that as the world becomes more and more and more digital, craft is not only going to become rarer, but it's going to become more valuable. Sabyasachi jewelry bases its premise on actually craftsmanship more than the value of gemstones. If you look at what happened with the Patan Patolas, or many other crafts in India that are slowly becoming obsolete and dying. I think it's craftsmanship that is going to become much more valuable than gemstones, and that is going to be the future of jewelry. I'll tell you a little anecdote. At one point of time, everybody in India, a lot of people, not everybody, sorry about that. A lot of people in India bought jewelry to store black money. So everybody used to go and say, can you make me jewelry with zero making? Because they thought that on a rainy day, they could sell that jewelry and get their money back. So they did not want any craftsmanship, they just wanted stones. Good luck with those jewelry now that you've got artificial gemstones in the market.
Finally, poetic revenge.
Absolutely.
When we spoke last, which was in 2017, we've spoken after that, but formally on a stage, you were being panned for dressing Vidya in a sari at Cannes. Today, you have rave reviews for dressing Deepika in a sari for the BAFTA. You have the luxury of being proven right, but can you explain this journey? What has exactly changed, according to you?
I think representation matters. And I've always said that when you go out into the West, it's very important to represent where you come from because that's when you stand out. Because why do something in the West that they can do better than you? I think it's extremely important to have representation of who you are, where you come from, because then the real people notice you and you get valued for who you are and not what you can become. I think when Vidya got criticized, India was also changing because, we did have a hangover for the longest time and colonial hangover for the longest time. And a lot of Indians were uncomfortable about being Indian. But today, this has completely changed. Today, Indians are very proud of being who they are, and rightfully so. And I always say something that, when you want to build a brand, it's very important to build a brand with integrity. Some people will admire you, some people will dislike you. But in the path of admiration and criticism, you need to stay strong. And eventually, the whole world will come to celebrate you. And I think everything comes full circle when you stand your ground.
Do you think that, this is an off question, do you think that Prime Minister Modi, with the way he dresses, is a great ambassador for Indian fashion and Indian craftsmanship? Because he always has the really beautiful shawls and, the Indian clothes and buttons and everything.
Absolutely. And what I admire probably the most is the fact that he speaks in Hindi wherever he goes. In India, what bothers me is that if you don't speak English, which is not really your national language, you don't get too far because you get criticized for not being able to speak your own language. But yet at the same time, you go to France and you get completely intimidated because the French don't speak anything apart from their own language. I think the French are marketing geniuses. They have created a great industry in luxury by just being arrogant about who they are and stuck to it. And luxury is a game of intimidation. When you stay strong and when you stand your ground, it's a matter of time till everybody else becomes a little more subservient to you. India should take a leaf out of that.
It seems in 2017, the two people who really believed in India was you and Prime Minister Modi. You saw the power of brand India, which we are all seeing now in 2024. You're a bit of a clairvoyant yourself.
I don't know about Mr. Modi, but I've always thought this is an incredible country and needs to be celebrated. Because the more I go out in the world, the more I realize what an incredible country and an exceptional country that it is. And I always say one thing to people, that it's very important for you to create your own standards. Let standards not be dictated by the West.
So you said exceptional country. One of the ways that we come out as exceptional and completely unique is our weddings. And you've done a lot of celebrity weddings, and you're known for the Sabyasachi bride. What to you is the ultimate statement of luxury at a wedding?
You know, I think for me, the ultimate statement of luxury in a wedding is actually reticence, because, I think it's very important to be able to do a lot by doing little. And I think if your cultural arrogance comes back in your weddings, it's brilliant. While it's great to have imported flowers, it's great to have musicians coming from all over the world, there is so much of unique art and craft in this country. I think if your weddings are more DIY, and if they are more Indian, it's just so much more fun because it just feels so much more authentic.
Yes, that's true. So, like you've just said, come on, you can give a better applause than that. So,
No, I just want to say, Marut's clapping because I think he's the finest Indian chef that we have in the country. And Marut, everybody only, every time we do food, we always ask Marut to curate the food for us because he gets the finest of Indian food. And he's very unapologetic about Indian food. And you should lead the way, Marut.
He is my other treasured luxury because like you're my tailor, he's my cook sometimes. So like you just said, the big fat Indian wedding is not the statement. It's the smaller wedding, the one which is more DIY. You say a lot of things which are antithesis to set beliefs about fashion and luxury. Things like fashion should not keep changing. You don't believe in fashion weeks. You don't go to parties. You don't take pictures. You believe in flat shoes. You have a limited wardrobe. You like a woman who ages. You're almost #unfashion. Explain that.
Fashion is a marketing phenomenon. I have always said that for the longest time, we have made a lot of money by keeping people insecure, but that is not really sustainable. I said, I think that when you bring security back to people by letting them celebrate themselves and not a vision of who they can be, people actually come back. I have women in my organization who's worn that one shade of lipstick all their lives. You go to my stores, women fight with us if we change a design by altering the sleeve length. Because I think when a woman finds her identity, she starts celebrating herself. It's almost, it can be becoming a new person every day could almost be like as traumatic as changing geographies or changing homes. And women in Sabyasachi, all my customers, come back to buy the same thing again and again. I don't think we have customers who care about fashion. They just care about good quality and good clothes and timelessness, which is one of the reasons why, about 7 years ago, I spoke to a lot of women in Calcutta who have some of my best clothes, which I must have done between 2000 and 2004. And I offered 20 times the price for women to return the clothes to me. Buy back, because I didn't have an archive, and I'm
not
to build
selling you mine back. You can offer me whatever you want.
And not a single one of them accepted that offer. They said, we'll loan you the clothes, but we'll never sell it back to you. And I kept saying why. They said it's so timeless that even our grandchildren can wear it. And I'm very proud to say that 25 years hence, we have not changed our stance on what our business should be about.
So you've talked a lot about this, and it seems confidence is the new luxury. We have a lot of people here, women especially. What would be your advice to finding that inner confidence?
Eat well, sleep well, love a little more, and just be happy with yourself. I come from a family which is very functional, dysfunctional but extremely functional. I take my strength from the fact that my parents are happily married. You know, they've been married for 53 years. And they're still insanely in love with each other. And when I look at that stability, it makes me realize that nothing is more important than happiness. When you find your happiness internally, clothes will just be a mere add-on. They can't do much more than that.
Wow. So would you say that's your ultimate luxury? Having this loving, stable family?
Absolutely, and I would not change it for anything else in the world.
And in the end, the question we began with in 2017, you have said that fashion, being so public and social, always makes a political statement. What's the statement you're making now with the work that you're doing? And it's not just in clothes. You're in jewelry, you're in textiles, you're going into skincare and all kind of other things. So what is the political statement that you're making?
You know, the power is slowly shifting from the west to the east. What I'm trying to do is, in my own little way, I'm trying to break the glass ceiling. I find it very distressing that such a rich country and the whole world at some point of time has drawn inspiration from this country, service the best in this country, whether it's been Cartier or Hermes or Chanel, and luggage makers, furniture makers, architects. And we don't have a single luxury brand from this country of global stature. In my lifetime, I would like to change that.
Wow.
Thank you.
So in conclusion, a favorite quote of Sabya's by Tagore, a bit paraphrased. You have traveled all over the world looking for beauty, never knowing that beauty actually lay on a dewdrop on a blade of grass right next to your doorstep. So ladies and gentlemen, it is right here, right now. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Do we have time for 2 questions? Sorry, Sabya. I concluded, but like we're going back. That's the luxury of being a boss. You can just like expand the time. Do we have a question? Go for it.
Hi. So first of all, inspiring.
So first, can I introduce you? This is Kim.
Sure. Hi.
She's the global editorial director for Harper's Bazaar, Cosmopolitan, all of Hearst.
Sabya, literally, you're the only one in the room. Honestly, inspired, inspiring, amazing. So I have a very practical question, I guess. You've managed to create this amazing brand that has transcended borders. Were there challenges, or was it an instant success when you came to New York or to other places in other parts of the world?
You know, I went to New York in 2005, 2006. The only person who actually picked me up was not a New Yorker. It was Joan Burstein from Browns. I didn't really make it into New York retail. Not to Bergdorf Goodman, not to Saks, because I was not prepared. I didn't have a line sheet. And everybody was telling me that this is not New York enough, this is not America enough. And I said that, you know, if I have to pander to people's expectations of what I want to be, I'll never have a brand. And I also realized one very important thing, that unless you have money and power, it'll be very, very difficult for you to be able to shape your narrative and stick to it. So I said, and I met Susie Menkes at that point of time, and she said, why do you want to even conquer the West when you should conquer the East? She said, go back to your country, become a big star. You can always come back whenever you want. And I thank God that I listened to her. And I said to myself, you know, I don't accept defeat. I might momentarily retreat, but I know what I want to do in my life. And I said that this is not the right time. I'll come back. But when I come back, I'll come back with my own narrative, which can be unshakable. And that's why I think for a designer, the best thing that you can do is to come back with your own retail store so that you don't have to worry about anybody. And we've got good press. Business has been good. So second time lucky. Thank you.
Is there some kind of anecdote or story about like a famous pushback Bollywood style, where somebody pushed you back and then you got a chance to go back and say, now I'm here. You know, like the pretty woman when she goes back to the store and says, yeah. And then everyone has to line up, like behind her. Did something like that happen?
No, nothing that dramatic, but what I liked was the fact that, when people come into my New York store, they have an aha moment because, they have an idea about what India is, and they see this, and they say that, we could never imagine this to be an Indian store. So I think in many ways, the store has broken stereotypes, and I'm very grateful for that.
Thank you. Another question? Sonal?
Yeah. Yes.
Digital editor for Lifestyle Group.
So I think Kali has asked you everything intellectual that we could have probably asked you tonight. So I'm going to ask you a very first date question.
First date or first day?
First date question, something supremely generic, is if you were not a fashion designer, who would you be?
I would either be a filmmaker or a gardener. Thank you.
Love that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for bearing with me. Thank you.
Nobody seems to want to get up. This never happens.